Thank you for Saul, who he called right, Paul. So thank you for the 13th apostle in Ephesians. Thank you for all the books that Paul wrote, and that he tells us to put on that armor. There's the Word. Father is the Word. Thank you, Father. You're the Word. You're not a deity, little g. God, you are the Most High. So you tell us to be wise. As a servant, the devil is wise, right? It's not stupid, it's nice. Is the devil nice? So thank you, Father, for that. Thank you for all things. Already my stinking camera sucks. So no worries. It's not about what you see. That's idolatry, right? Over your eyeballs. Oh, that's a little better. Okay, well, still get the 4G whiz going. So, all right. Thank you, Father, for all things. Thank you for the Word. You are the Word. Wanted to come in here and talk about preparedness. See who's preparing. Preparedness is a lifestyle. You don't do it in panic. That's well, some people like go and try to buy everything out. That's hoarding. And we're supposed to be wise and put up stores. He said have extra. We're supposed to put up for our children's children. So the measure we pour out, right? Remember? Agape. Love. Who do you love? So Father makes me love the Word. The gospel, the narrow way. Those. Narrow is the way. The only way is the narrow. Well, there's two ways. There's the broad way, and then there's the crucifixion. There's the imprisonment and the separation, the trials and the thalipsis, the tribulation, trials and tribulation, long suffering. That's love. Most people don't love the Word. They love some God in the sky. God's in the sky. So they have no bis. You see, my people shall perish for lack of bis. Bis. They'll gnash teeth. Gnashing teeth. What's going on? Dial up. What's happening? I think it's about time we give you the wrench there, Dial Up, because you produce fruit. So thank you, Dial Up, for coming back. We'll number 10 socket you if you get lost, like a number 10 socket. But thanks for coming in. Good to see you again. Thanks for your time. We're talking about preparedness. You're supposed to panic before the panic, right? Wise as a serpent. Yeah, there you go. You know what's up. If they're not producing fruit, you'll know them by their fruit. We don't hang out with fruit, right? We don't eat fruit cake, bang bang, orgy Jesus, none of that nonsense. Twice and then get them out of here. Get them up against the wall, right? So thanks. You've been here. I've seen the fruit. That's what we're here to do, is produce fruit. Not one bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. So not that kind of fruit. They're fruit cake. Yep. Dark and little leaven. Leaven's the whole lump. Like cream rises to the top. A dose. Got to be in the same narrow way. So if you're not producing fruit, he said, don't sup with vipers, have extra oil, be wise as a serpent, and have your lamps trimmed and loins girded in my service. That's an action word, believe. It's an action word. Yeah. And gentle as a dove, wings of an angel, right? Angelos is the word definition messenger. So that's the message. Remember, he visited John at the island of Patmos at the gold mines, and he tells us to be refined as gold, as well, refiner's fire, like trials, remember, in tribulation, hados in the narrow way. So if they're not in the narrow way, get them out of here, right? So we don't want to sup with vipers. That's the hados. That's the narrow way. Show them the broad. If they're in the broad way, most people enter by the wide gate. Most people go to hell. That's what the word says. If you don't like it, take it up with the word. It's your problem, right? Just get the interlinear. Get the interlinear, Textus Receptus, study one word at a time, unlearn and relearn. It's not, when you got a brain that races like mine, obviously been here for a minute, dial up like modem. Get it? Like, remember, you used to wait. Hold on, hey, somebody entered. Remember that whole deal with the dial-up? Remember modem, and somebody got on the interweb and would interrupt your interweb. I never forget, like an elephant. So, but anyways, you got a racing mind, and you better have some sticky tabs, 3M note. All right, but don't rock the jukebox. Remember, I'm old school. Wiki, y'all. So, been here for a country minute. You know how it works. Works of darkness or workers of light. So, but not I. Hopefully, Father's the inspiration, the word, because the word is thank you for coming and spending your time here. You know, it could be in any other, and this ain't about getting the YouTube button. And I'm glad that we're shadow banned. I want to hang out with vipers. This channel doesn't need to be. We only need the people that he wants to have a hearing here. Remember, he doesn't love everybody. Most people are evil and go to hell. Well, they're nice. Remember, nice means to be stupid. So one or the other. So that's the broad way. So thank you, Father, for the word. I just have cosmos is an orderly arrangement. It's a different way of, but Father, give all glory to him. So thank you, Father, for inspiring dial-up, the word that comes out of my face, my pie hole. Remember, not American bandstand. All right, we're not going to do the Michael Jackson moonwalk out of here, you lunatic. It's about to steal the show. We might throw a little lyrics, whatever. You have to be here for a country minute. Remember, country grammar, like Swap Meet Louie or St. Louis. Lunatic's about to steal the show. All right. All right, thank you, Father, for the word. But the inspiration, thank you, Father, for bringing dial-up here. And continue to come back. Just share it with others. Do it in your little circle. You can't change anything. Father wrote all things. If it hasn't been written, he's the writer. Remember? Yeah, everything not written and everything that hadn't happened yet. Everything that will be. Yeah, and remember who's Artemis? Dial up. That's Apollo's brother, Artemis. Another cock rock. Same dicks ritual. Here we go back to the lunar surface. Rock. No, they're going to go around this time. Round and round. But remember, like rat out of the cellar. Bam! Got it that time. What goes around comes around. I'll tell you why. All right. So remember that song? All right. Anybody as old as me? Whatever. Maybe it was Poison. All right. That was Belle Biv DeVoe. Now you know. You'll slick blow. All right. So I don't know what these people are on, but yeah, on their, remember, 25,000 miles an hour, you know, whatever, coming back and through the, remember, all the different layers of our sphere, not a ball. Atmosphere, not a ball. Like a donut, not a ball. It's called a tora. A toroidal field forms a donut, not a ball. So, well, a shape of more of a donut shape, like a tornado. He said he'd come like the wind. Torah, the Torah of the word was spoken into existence. Each single yod has frequency, resonance, and mathematical value. How about that? Not some blind or some watered down or some dead dialectus glossa or alien tongue. Vernacular language, remember? These people speaking of foreign, they're foreigners. Remember, don't sup with them. They speak of another Jesus. Don't remember, there's more than one. Remember, he said you can't serve two masters. That's the word Lord, and that was never written in the text. You'll find when you get yours ever once. So we give dial up the wrench because he produces fruit. So Thanks, Dial-Up, for coming back. You've hit hard since you've been here. Seriously, I've been here forever, but you come in with fruit. So you stand out. You know them by their fruit. Do not judge them by the interlinear Texas Receptus, the one that was defined each one word at a time, and they even ran into words that they had to translate, which he tells us not to do. Translation is not, that's what most people do, translate. Do not translate. Transliteration is no change to the yods or definition. Aletheia, truth, definition. If you leave definition, you leave the truth. Jim Brown, he's on right now. Go see him at Gap. That's where it's at right now. Grace and Truth. Go see him right now. Go see Jim Brown. This is fat. That's where it's at. HD, not for the high definition quality, but the HD for the high desert, higher than a hippie and a B-2 bomber over Operation Midnight Hammer in Iran. How about that? You ran or I ran? See ya, Maria. You're out of here. The man's nuts. Grab him. Get him up against the wall. All right, that's how we roll in here. Remember, Torah like stones, corner rock, table. Don't sup with vipers. Eat, don't break bread. Remember, they had extra bread and extra fish. Something smells a little fishy in here, doesn't it? We're not going to have you in here if you're a religious. Religion is something you do every day, not once a week. Sit down on a Sunday, one day, fun day. Jesus is Satan, the sun god. Apologize, but I'm not sorry. Get a piece of paper and write it down. Go see Jim Brown, Grace and Truth Ministries. Right now, he's live here. Go see Jim Brown for the gospel. If you love it, I don't have to try to make you. Father said, if I didn't call out to their hearts, seek, knock, and sup. Don't remember, ask. Remember, and you shall find, seek. All right, well, ask, knock. Remember, don't sup with vipers. How about that? Just those that are in the narrow way. There's two people on this rock. Service self, service to others, vessels of wrath, and vessels of mercy. Grace was not Old Testament, so we're not bound by laws and fate of Old Testament. That's, remember, he hung from a tree, not a cross. So crucifixion is not, you unfold a box and you get a cross. How about that? You're stuck in a box like in the third dimension. Can you think outside of the box? Welcome to the fourth dimension. Go a little too fast for you. Slow down, Turbo. You want me to skip? Maybe you can say it again. Say it again. I won't do that. Well, you got to declare two witnesses. He always does, like cross. Take it up daily. Master, he says you can't serve two. Like your tongue, alien, foreign, dialectus, gloss of vernacular. Vocabulary, you need a glossary to find your way through a book. Bible means book. You don't go by books that have been translated. Translation, they go after a transgender God. 3 gods and 1 God. Can you keep up with the math? Maybe do it by the book or by the math. Remember, Hooked on Phonics worked for me. No, I'm just kidding. That's a modern Babylonian, right? Babel, psychobabble. They speak in their new mystery. Modern, remember? Watered down. There's no J's, so there's no Jesus. So get away from me with your Jesus. You're born in a manger. Your Jesus has mange and breast. My Father doesn't have breast, nor does he have flesh. He birthed a flesh vessel to produce, right, and fulfill the Agape Torah, laws of flesh, celebration, fee, fine, and ritual. Remember? You've turned my Father's house into a den of thieves, and he whipped the people. So I'm not calling for a revolution or physical violence, selling the doves. And he said, be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. Remember, fees, it is like fees, his bride. Remember, better have a millstone tied around your neck. The sons of God, and didn't hurt one hair. And he knows the number of hair on his children's head. Those are the sons of God. Man and woman under this covenant. Equally yoked, not one above another. That's pride. That's his Old Testament. Heavens are not above your head, and hell is not below your feet. Neither is a planet means wander. You can get out of here. If you live on a planet, Earth is the rule. You live on Earth, planet Earth, get out of here. You've been ruled by your alien is foreign. There's no such thing as aliens in time, place, or physical matter or my spacing. Get out of my space! See ya. Adios. Maria, remember? Maria. No, better. Had to do that for a minute. Apologize, they always got something going in the background, so write it down. Told you, if I'm going too fast, then slow down, Turbo. It's just the word, gotta love the word. Word to her, play tricks on your nerves. Getting on your nerves? Yeah, You're not going to, if you're here and loved by the world, then you'll be hated by the Most High Father. Yeah, not to here to be loved by the world, remember? I want to see you for a country minute. Thanks for coming in. Are you knocking it out of the park? I got good news and bad news, as always. So that's right. The word Trinity is in the Bible. See, that's why he produces fruit. That's Catholicism. It's a Trinity. I'll lean over because I need to. I'll stretch my back out for here a second. There's your Trinity, Jesus. Yeah, Catholicism. There. Thank you. That's why you got the moderator wrench. Thank you. Because that's truth. That's aletheia. Thank you. That doesn't exist. That's a 3-in-1 gender God. Right there you go. You knocked it out of the park. Oh, man. So I'll apologize. They made me wear a back brace, and it's killing me. I shouldn't have worn that stupid thing, but I have to. Whatever. I'm going to. Oh, whatever. So. Well, no, that's exactly. I mean, that's their 3-in-1, like knocking 3 steel buildings down with 2 airplanes and resurrecting a one world freedom towers. Get it? On blind 11, the one that's locked up in the pit, knowledge, revelation. See what I'm saying? I come quickly like a thief in the light, a thief in the night, like darkness, like a woman birth. Remember, I come quickly. Let no one take your crown in Revelation 3:11. You have to have a crown, remember? If you don't have a crown to set at the feet of Shiloh, you're not going to receive you're not an heir. Those heirs are written in the book of life. Heir. Remember? The age of heir. Are you in? Oh. There we go. Hold on. Where's my drink at? Hold on. There we go. Okay, so remember, Father is the Word. Father doesn't exist in flesh. Without flesh, we wouldn't have the Hamashiach, the one that hung. Hung is flesh, not paper. Remember paper payments? These people IOUs. Oh, sorry. Soldier boy. Had to do that. Had to throw it out there. Oh, you hear my crows out there? Those are the same crows that I've had. Oh, man. Okay, so, not cheese. So seeds. Why do you say so? If you say so. All right, preparedness is a lifestyle. Remember, panic is something you do before it happens. For SHTF. And it's never going to Mad Max. It's not. We're already far beyond Thunderdome. Remember? Lightning, then the thunder. Pain! You make me a believer. Remember, believe is a verb. Word hurt, play tricks on your nerve. No, no, verb. Faith is a noun. You got to be anchored in faith because your body is the vessel, right? Like the temple. Like you got 1, 2 on the side of your head. Okay. Man, I can't get that to go the first time. All right. Oh, there's mice that time. All right. Well, I had to wear that stupid brace and it's killing me. It makes me, and they want to radiate me now. I don't know. Sometimes I do better than others. So my crow's out there. You can hear my crow. So I have 2 of them. There's a pair of them. They're a sign of change. They are. People, the cross, Trinity, Jesus, robbed and steals crows. They're actually rainbow, and not like rainbow. Remember the promise of the rainbow? I'm gonna bring the fire like Sodom and Gomorrah. Remember Lot, get your wife. I'm gonna bring the fire. He said he's gonna bring the fire from above and below. Remember it rained 40 days and 40 nights from above and below. This time by fire. Comes back to the eyes of fire, feet of fire. He says his enemies to be ashes under his feet. He make his enemies his footstool. Remember that foot that was bruised to heal by the serpent, and he'll crush that serpent when he returns. Be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove, he told us, right? Wings of an angel. Wings, huh? You think, Brace? Oh, no, it's killing me right now because what it does, what the doctor figured out is that, I should already been healed a long time ago and I'm not. And I know why it is. It just, she took my my measurement when it stands straight up, when I'm posture, and went through, never quite had a doctor, and she didn't twist me. But then again, she's not a Social Security doctor. She's a doctor. But they want to take multiple MRIs, and I've done this all before, and I don't want to do this again. When they radiate my body, you're sitting in a freaking radiation chamber, and she ordered 2 MRIs and another because, I'm a wreck. And I have just keep going no matter what. Father gives me the strength. So I'm trying to deal with this whole, because it's we'll see. Like I said, I have to do it no matter what. I've run from it for too long, so it's okay. It's not the end of the road, but I just don't like putting my body through that. There's no reason to radiate me. I already know that you didn't see in the x-ray. They already took an x-ray what's going on, but she wants further detail because they just, but no prescription for narcotics. Thank you. Told them we ain't doing that. So she was going to give me a muscle relaxer, and I told her, I don't want, but then she didn't give me a prescription, but she did the back thing and then ordered the thing for the MRIs, and just not looking forward to go sitting in that freaking tube. And I've had this happen multiple times. So why do you need to, and this is surgery. They want to do surgery on me. So I'm going to orthopedic surgeon, a neurological surgeon. So they want, yeah, I've been, I'm saying that. So I'm hurting from wearing that stupid brace, and it's like I've done these things before when they tell me to do them, and it always ends up worse. I always end up feeling worse, man. I do. So, but I ain't taking no narcotics. I already let them, and she didn't give me that prescription when she said she was good, and I didn't walk out with it. I ended up getting a brace and have to go call to get radiated, but I don't know, man. Like I told him, I don't even know what it's like to be without pain. I wouldn't know what that's like. And I know that sounds crazy for most people because it's just not a daily thing, but I've been in pain since I was young. I had scoliosis, and she sees the curve. I said, "Did you see the curve in my back?" She's like, "Yeah." Because when I saw my x-ray, I was like, "Oh my God, it's gotten worse," But it's because of my posture, and that's why she wants me in this brace. She's like, "That's why you're not healing." I've had them do this. You're guarding your pain. You're guarding. You're changing your posture. You're doing. You're doing. It should be already documented in my medical records, and more of it too. I'm not trying to go there, guys, because I'm trying to get Social Security. I got to have something here, and I have a hearing or not, whatever, a call coming up or whatever. But they can't look at all my old injuries. They already see that I broke my back again. What do they need to find out? It's broken. Okay, I broke it again. I broke another vertebrae. It's not the end of the world. I've already done this. So, but she's looking into all these other, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I watched that same thing too on MRIs. I don't want to go sit in that thing again. I watch that stuff. That's hard on your body. That takes away from you. You cancels part of your body out when you go in there. Period. It's like math. I don't care what anybody says. It's like math, man. You go in that thing and it cancels part of your body. You don't get that shit back. I apologize for cursing, but so 2, she's like, I need all that. I need your just I've been running from this for too long. You know what I'm saying, guys? I've been running from this for too long. And I don't know, man. It's like I'm trying to, I got to have something to go off of. And although everything I have is for the ministry, so I don't sit here and, I just do the ministry. I'm not concerned about me. Through the ministry, I have somewhere to lay my head. I'm saying, so eventually I'll move up the road or something down the road or up the road, whatever you want to call it. Oh no, it sucks. I have, because I got in 3 car accidents. This is not the first time that I've busted a vertebrae. And remember, I told you, Sabrina, I broke my hip, and that's what she's thinking that's going on. She's like, she sees there's a lot. I got a lot of issues, man, and I've been, like I said, I've been running for 'em a long time. So um, I remember when I was younger, I was in my 30s the last time I went in one. I might come out and be all date to day. I don't know, man. I'm not looking forward. This is why I didn't want to do any of this, guys. This is why I've been running from this for so long, because I knew they would do this. I mean, at least they're not trying to give me narcotics, make me do all that crap, and you know, I don't want their drugs. I'm not into prescription drugs. No, thank you. I don't want none of that. You can have it. It's not my thing. I don't want to be all. I already told them, go look through my record. Look what they made me take. And I didn't take it long. So then I quit taking it. And then when you refuse and all that, then it causes problems with you. So, um, but this lady seems to, like she's cares. She's like, dude, you're freaking, you know, you have a lot of issues. You're walking around and doing things you shouldn't be doing, and you should have already been fixed yourself. The technology we have today is not. This is 12 years ago. You were lined out to do this. We have a lot more modern technology today. I'm not saying I can go in there and not just do it like you mentioned, without cutting you open, but there are a lot of different procedures that are today. Yes, we still do, like your dad, use pins or you know screws or thing, if because there's a lot going on, like I said. So that's what I'm saying. Right. When you refuse to, that's what I'm saying. When you refuse to take the drugs, then he's refusing help. He's refusing the medical attention. It's like last time when they told me, that doctor said, you got 6 months, man. We're skipping the whole cortisone. And she agrees. She's like, I'm not saying for sure, because I'm not going to be the surgeon, but I'm looking through your charts. And she was she was writing a lot of things down too. You know what I'm saying? She really was. I'd never seen anybody. And she didn't contort me and like a lot of doctors do. You know what I'm saying? Like, she actually handled me. She had me walk on my feet, toes. She did a lot of the same things that I've had before, which, I can do and operate. But, some of these things, again, they're just extended time periods of doing them, So, I don't know. It's like I said, now I just want to walk away from all of it. But I got to, like I said, I have to have something for when I get through whatever's going on with me now and Father gets me past this. And I don't think it'll last. I don't think it's going to be there forever, but I'm trying to recover what I already put into the system. I've said that from the beginning. I don't want to check monthly. I'm not going after a check to try to get, a monthly check. I've been paying into the system since I was 15, and I don't even think that's a thing anymore. So I don't know, but I do need to get looked at. You know what I'm saying? Because as I told her, guys, I don't know what it would be like to not be in pain. To me, that would be foreign, and that's scary to think I would wake up without pain. It doesn't even seem possible. As long as I've been, because I've had scoliosis since I was young. You know what I'm saying? I've already had back pain. Was always, my back hurt when I was younger. Just whatever. Played a lot of sports and stuff. Football, and played a lot of contact, and don't never got injured like that. Played baseball and I never got injured. I did it being stupid. All my injuries were being dumb. You know what I'm saying? Breaking bones more. I'm not gonna even go into the bones I broke, let alone my back. Before I ever broke my back, I broke arms, legs, elbow. I was a nightmare for my dad. It was such a piece of crap. Made it so expensive for him back then. He was trying to get by. Now that I look at it, he was just barely getting by with I mean, he would do okay, but because he was smart, he was a horse trader, it's a barter. That's what he did. He bought and sold and traded, and he was a hustler. He didn't screw anybody over, did it the honest way. But, um, well, too, man, my dad's back was so freaking. People always ask me, how do you do it? Well, you can see my dad's back. He bent in half like a taco. He should never walked. He'd be a paraplegic. But that's why I've avoided this surgery, because I run the risk of them going in and doing surgery and never walking again. And I'm still upright no matter how much pain I am in, no matter how, I have been worse. You know what I'm saying? Uh, no, that's no problem. Hey, Toba, I wanted to mention that. Dang, I didn't get to mention that the other day when I was talking to somebody. I tried to be patient. I let them talk to you for a long time. So, but I wanted to make that mention. And we're talking about preparedness. Why is it that I can't, you're growing an avocado, I can't get one to grow? I've tried. I swear my mom used to put them up, and every one she used to put up in the windowsill, you know what I'm saying? She put the toothpicks in it and put it in a cup of water, and so it's not, though, Toba. That's not, you know what I'm saying? He has this strength to do anything. He already is healing me. You know what I'm saying? That's salvation. To be carried, lifted from a beginning point to an ending point. He does that every day for me. Seriously, no doubt. I'm not gonna, because I want to give all glory to him. Okay? So I want to give all glory to him. Father has given me the strength every day to get up. More, 7 times 70. Remember, turn your cheek, be meek, not weak. I will heal you in the end. Sometimes at the end of the day, I'm saying to get to lay down and, for a little bit and get off my feet. And so, but I need surgery, and that's what she's agreeing with. And that's why she agreed too. She's like, I see you don't want the drugs. Why? It's not going to fix you. It's just a Band-Aid. And I'm totally in agreement. So I did, have something, you know, um, I don't know what it is. She just seemed attentive to she's looked through a lot of my records too. She pulled up a lot of records. I was watching her, you know, make a lot of, you know, notations where I have never seen. Most doctors keep the screen away from you. She had that screen facing right at me where she could pull, and I was going through. We live in a very modern world, so she could pull up a lot of, my records are all at her access. I'm there giving them access. So, um, my uncle was Navy, my cousin was Navy, I was Army though. So, but I just don't want. That's why I've always avoided it, because they can stick me and you know make me a paraplegic where I'm in a wheelchair, you know. And I've been going since I was in the service and broke my back when I was young and just shut up, never went to sick call, just moved out and drew fire. That's what you do. I didn't want to get medically discharged because went in the military with scoliosis. I never disclosed my back injury. Didn't come up until I got in, rear end accident, 1, 2, 3, multiple, 3 actually rear end accidents in like 13 months. Good luck or bad luck. There's no such thing as luck. So like I got a target on my back or whatever. Now on my face, if it's grenades to the face or whatever. My body's been put through a lot. So he gives me strength daily. I'm not going to give up. And no matter what they do to me, I'll have the strength. But I don't know about surgery. I don't know if I'm up for surgery. We'll look at, like I said, I'll let them radiate me. I really don't want to do these things, but it is what it is. So. Yeah, it's some people do. I was talking about some dude in the waiting room. He's talking about he had 2, and he's like, I'm not better, man. I'm not, he's like, I got a buddy. It's the same way. So I hear that, but I hear like half and half. It's always been that way. As long as I've been doing this, it's about half the people say, man, I'm so much better. I'm glad I did it. And the other people go, hey, I'm not any better. I'm worse off. I'm this many surgeries in and I haven't gained anything, too. So it's hard to see people go through this. Our back is kind of what keeps us upright, guys. We have a lot of, and then when it moves throughout your body with the sciatica, and that's what I experience is this sciatica. And she, like I said, that's why she ordered these MRIs. She sees there's a lot more damage than just this, compression fracture that's going on. There's old injuries. So, that I didn't take care of. So, and they wanted to take care of that last time, 10 or was it 12 years ago or something? They told me, you got about 6 months, we're going to skip the cortisone, go straight to surgery. And, I couldn't do it. I just panicked, left. Well, I didn't. My son was really, I mean, I guess I did too. I can't say it was all him, but he was really distraught, and we left, and it was better. I didn't, it was, it just moved out from the situation. Like I said, it brought a lot of, Father does things to me sometimes. I don't know why, but I just move forward. When he beats you back, beats you down, you just pick yourself up and you move on. It's not, life is not this meat suit is temporary. It's not very long, whether you like it or not. It's just a short ride. But your eternal is, that's what keeps me going more than anything, is the word. So I thank Father for the word, and I know I have to go down this path. And if I keep avoiding it, there's going to be a day where I can't walk, and there'll be nobody to take care of me. So that's why I'm doing it, 100%. I don't have anybody to take care of me. I don't. My son is gone, and he's the only one that I would ever have had to wipe my ass. So that's why I tried to do what I did for him, because I knew I didn't have anybody. And I don't know why he'd hate me, but so I don't know. I don't know if he's here or he hates me, but either way, I don't think there'll be anybody there for me. So I don't have friends, or I don't have family. I don't have anybody. Just don't. That's the way Father made me. It's okay. Oh, it's been that way for a long time, so it's not like this is new news for me. So um, that's why I've avoided it, because if I go down, I don't have anybody to take care of my animals, take care of the farm, take care of, so that's why I'm trying to get prepared to, if I do have limited, which I have been having more and more, whether I like it or not that I'm, whatever, I'm not 20. I keep telling myself my body is, but it's not, you know, I might have a physique, maybe not, starting to get some wrinkles, and, I'm not talking about the aesthetics here, but, I'm still appear to be physically fit, but my body is just, too much grinding and too much, um, so I need to prepare that I don't do that forever, and I have a place where I can, like, not be lifting composting toilets and doing wood stoves and doing all these things that take, you know, chopping wood and all these things that take a tremendous amount of work, or I need to scale back a little bit and provide myself with, some ability to provide for myself without anybody here. So that's why I'm doing what I'm doing too, as well. Putting this property on the grid. Eventually, I got to have a place to, like I said, to where I can get access, not up and down this. It's a wheelchair ramp, but I don't want to be in a wheelchair. That's what I'm saying. I've been there before, so seriously, I've been there before, guys. And I will move no matter what. I always push through this. If I have to, as I told that, I get on a walker, and no matter what it takes until I can pull through that, I'm gonna continue to move forward. I can't stay solid. I won't do that. I won't take your drugs. I won't sit there. I won't lay in a bed. I won't do that. And I don't care how the negative consequences that it might bring in my life, but I can't grow roots like that. So I just can't. I can't say once in motion stays in motion. I know that. They want you to do that. They want you to get all sedentary and lay down and take drugs, and we'll fix you. Just, get you all, yeah, sedentary. That hurts worse. So that's why I get up during the night a couple times, because I just don't want to lay there for 4 or 5 hours at a time. I got to get up. Hurts to stay up, hurts to stay down, so for too long, or any one thing, that's why I told him I used to be able to get past a lot of these things, and I'm okay. I'll figure it out, but I don't have no comfortable position, left or right, back or front. It doesn't, so I definitely can't. Certain positions I can't lay that I used to be able. I can't lay on my stomach. When I was younger, I used to be able to. But man, what's going on? But okay, moving on. I'll be fine. It's okay. They just want to radiate me. I'll move past radiation. It's not the end of the world, but it will take something from me, and I'm looking forward to that. Irregardless whether I have surgery or not, like I said, I'm just trying to document. I'm trying to document my injuries that I had for Social Security, so I can get some kind of freaking something. I've served this, I have an honorable discharge, been a veteran. I've done, I don't need to go to my freaking resume, but I've, people get on drugs and do drugs and can get, do meth and get off meth and can get, Social Security. I know so many people have Social Security. It's disgusting. And I paid Social Security since I was 15 years old into the system. So, and there were a lot of years when I was younger. I paid in a lot of money for those years when I was younger, and whatever. I was more attached to the system until I learned that I need to be my own boss, and self-employment was, possible. Not that I, didn't see it as an option, just did it, took the jump and said, I'm not going to trade dollars for hours anymore. And I'm not going to let you rip me off and tax me to death, and, but either way, moving on. Thanks for letting me share it with you. Cause like I said, it's been, just a one nightmare after the other. This isn't what I wanted. It isn't. I feel like I should have never went there to the doctor at all. I don't want to go to no MRI. I've already been in freaking, they can look at my past and see that I have enough injuries. My old injuries ain't going to fix themselves. They're there. They don't fix themselves. See, that's why I told you, I don't want no narcotics. Thank you. No, thank you. I'm not going to take I don't want your tablets. No, thank you. I don't want to be all doped up on, narcotics. It's just not for me. Like I said, she's like, would you please take some kind of muscle relaxer? This is I know you're not, you don't have addictive personality. It's not addictive. It's just something you need, some kind of relief, and you're not getting it. Well, so I told her, I said, well, I use cannabis, but, that doesn't, all it does is slow the signal pain. That's all I get out of cannabis is my sciatica, it's nerve pain that I have because my body's telling myself, you're in trauma, you've wrecked yourself, now go get fixed. So it's a good thing. As I've talked about it before, it is that pain signal working is telling my body to go get fixed because there's trauma that I've done to my body that I need to get fixed. And that's why she's like, you shouldn't be having that. You should already be healed. Your body is having issues healing. And I think a lot of it is your posture, your freaking curve in your spine. It can't get, nothing can fix itself. She's like, you're 6 foot, but you stand like you're 5'9", and you don't have that, like, you don't appear like you're slunched over. It's just the way you arch your back, to take the pressure off of that lower, you've done this. I looked through your medical, your doctors tell this in your past, you're guarding your pain. You're guarding your pain. All these things that have been in through my notations, through my medical records before. Because of course, well, your body's going to do what it needs to do. So, either way, I'll get it figured out. Like I said, it's not the end of the world. It's just something Father is going to put me through. And the only thing I'm concerned about at this point in time is just going and getting radiated again. Because I know last time I got one of those things, man, it knocked me for a loop. It threw me for a loop. And I was trying to think about it. I was in my 30s when that happened or something. I think it was. I was in my late 30s. So somewhere around there. Father just put me, like three car accidents in 13 months, man. I just kept getting crushed. I got out of physical therapy, bam, like, a couple weeks later, bam, just back to back. The second one, actually, I broke my back for the second time. That's why I told her, I said, do we need to go through all this crap? You can already see that I have plenty of, injuries from past. Let's not do the whole physical therapy and try to put me through electrolysis and TENS and try to spa therapy. I don't want to do none of that. I stretch every day. I couldn't get out of bed if I didn't get out of bed and stretch a little bit. And, I'm a veteran. Don't you see that? If I didn't, seriously, I wouldn't, I have to just, to keep my body, like I said, stay fluid, keep the move, keep your, if you want to stay going, you got to keep your body, once in motion, stays in motion. You know what I'm saying? Don't let them get you sedentary, brothers, sisters. That's what they want to do. They want to stick you and get you to lay down and fill you full of narcotics. And now there you go. See, we got one here trying to do the same thing, get all sedentary. So don't, like I said, if your body needs to rest, you need to go lay down at the end of the night. He said, don't, the enemy came and sowed seeds while you're sleeping. He's not talking about physical rest. You do have to rest your body. So, but if I didn't do that, I wouldn't even be able to do it at all. So there's a time for work and a time for rest. So take the time that you need. It just depends on who you are. If you're young and you have, no injuries, you can get it. You know what I'm saying? I did, but then I hurt myself, like I said, when I was young, but it didn't stop me because I didn't let injury of a physical is not, mentality is, mind is much stronger than physical. I'm a veteran. I don't know if you know that, but you can tell your body to shut up and do what you tell. What's stronger, your mind or your body? Most people are not very mind strong. They might have a strong body, but they're whatever. It is what it is. Put them through some excruciating mentality, they'll fold like a taco, kind of like Mr. Warp Speed. Get it? No, no, with a quickness. So, but sometimes, like I said, it's more of a just day in and day out pain management. So that's what I'm doing. So I'm trying to get over it. I just wearing this back brace, it just messed me up. I take it off, man. It's freaking, because it's causing me to do that upright, my back, and that puts all that pressure. Like I do everything to avoid that. The way I sit in my chair when I drive, the way I sit here if I live stream, the way I do everything is to take that pressure off my lower. The way I stand, the way she sees it. She's like, you need to get yourself. That's why you're not healing, because you won't let that pressure. You need to get back. If it's going to heal wrong, you're going to heal all. And that's what's. So, I'm just a little messed up from that, so I apologize. I'm not used to wearing that back brace or whatever, and like I said, it's freaking. Oh. So I didn't wear it super long. I don't have to wear it all day, but I wore it for a little bit, man. That stuff is. It's just like if I sit straight up. I don't want to sit straight up. If I stand up, I'm 6 foot tall. It says it on my license. I was 6 foot in the military. 6 foot now, but when I stand there, I stand at a 5'9". I can literally shrink my posture that much by taking that much off of my whatever. It's just I've done it for so long, guarding my back, guarding the so that's why she's just like, you need to just go have surgery. So I don't think I don't know how long I'll wear it. She told me don't wear it if it hurts me, so I don't know how much longer. I know with things it's like that when they wouldn't take their drugs, well, you're not taking them. We can't, how do you know if they're working if you won't take the damn things, You got a point there. Took them for, a month or two and said, no way in hell am I going to take any of this stuff. I feel worse than I did, and it's in my record. She saw that. So, and I told her, if you look, when I take a lot of these things, I have a serious side effect, not allergic reaction, but I normally experience a tremendous amount of the side effects from almost anything because my body doesn't like foreign crap. And most of the time it's hiccups, and that's documented in my record too. All that stuff gives me hiccups. Try having a back injury and then hiccuping for 2 or 3 days where the hiccups don't go away. She saw that. She's like, oh yeah, I see that there. I said, yeah, don't give me any of those narcotics. They give me hiccups, and it gives me, I hiccup for days on end. And that try hiccuping when you have an injury, like I have a compression fracture in my L3 vertebrae, and you're sitting there and doing that on your, it freaking is intense. It is freaking no thank you. So I like it because it tells me my body, it actually lets me know if something foreign is, I've had it do before from cannabis because somebody grew it with some kind of chemical. My body don't like foreign stuff. And that's one way my body rejects. I don't know why, but that's one way it does it. Getting hiccups to anything. Percocet. Oh my God, my body goes into spasms from that stuff. They didn't like the OxyContin. They didn't like that. They didn't, all that stuff they gave me. I kept trying to tell them, this stuff's making me feel worse. Well, you need to try at least take it, or how do you know if it's going to work if you're not taking it? So I gave it a little effort, and then I told you I never felt any worse. I told her that too, and she said, I understand where you're coming from. And so at least I got that laid out, because that way, well, because I don't want to get all doped up from that stuff, and then you have to, how do you take drugs and then go drive 2 hours to go to an appointment? You know what I'm saying? You don't do that. How do you get all doped up and go drive a couple? I don't know. Thank you. I don't want none of that in my system. No, thank you. I'll work through the pain, and I deal with it every day. And it's worse to do, you know what I'm saying? To sit there and let them put all this big farm guy in you. That's what they want. Fooled by sorcery. Remember? Get out your lexicon. That's pharmakia. So, no, thank you. I don't want your drugs. Pass. So, we'll see. And like I said, they treat you different when you do that. So, she didn't treat me different. So, I've had doctors multiple times. As soon as I throw that on the table, they just clam up. So, she didn't. She said, okay, I understand where you're coming from. It's not going to fix you. You do have injuries that need surgery and not drugs. Drugs are just a temporary relief. So, and they don't even fix anything, so it's like it's putting a Band-Aid over something that it's really over a wound that's going to bleed through. It's not going to fix the problem. It's like, keep the same gauze, put more gauze over the gauze. Don't rip the gauze off. Keep the same, I don't know how much first aid he got, but so. But that's good. So now I'm not on a regiment in my frickin' medical records that they're making me take drugs and I'm refusing them. We're just from the beginning and don't want them. So, yeah, it's like I said, that's from there. I was like, okay, well, maybe I'll listen to what this lady has to say. She's not going to sit there and try to push drugs on me. And she didn't twist me and fold me, to where she'd hurt. I've been more than one doctor that I get these doctors, and I hurt for a month after I go there, because they want to twist you and try to figure out all your movements and contortion. It's like going to a chiropractor or something. Dude, if I want my back popped, I go to a chiropractor, and I don't do that. It's not good to put air between your joints. Don't crack your knuckles. Don't crack your back. Don't do that. It's not good for you. Even if it does it naturally or something every once in a while, because, that's, but doing that stuff, putting air between your joints, causes arthritis. So don't do that. So, but that's, I don't, whatever. So, and so she was pretty cool about that too. Like she didn't. So we'll see. They're going a little slowly with me here and not moving too fast. So I'm going to take it one day at a time. I'm supposed to call, and the service in this area went down for, I don't know how long. Verizon's done. There was no calling them, no nothing. They would just dump your call. Even when I got a hold of them a couple times, I'm really disappointed. I'm gonna call back Verizon and talk to them and say, you know what, during your little guy's deal, whatever happened, you guys, all you do is dump me to the automated system. I needed to try to talk to somebody, and all I was asking him was, are you having an issue? Just tell me if your service is down, or you being hacked, or what's going on, and then I'll know. I'm not going to try to continue to figure out what's going on but they didn't have their communication was horrible. So, for the first time, they haven't had horrible communication. So it felt like it was back at like Civil Mobile or something, where they didn't want to listen to me and I couldn't understand them, So I can understand these people, but they didn't want to listen to me at all. So, but they got it fixed. I'm on here now. So it was rising. This whole area was down, I'm saying, no service at all, nothing, no calls, no internet, no nothing. Some people were using their Wi-Fi, ways around it, but I ain't got none of that yet. I'm not going to have Wi-Fi. We'll hardwire some internet out here, maybe. I don't know. I think you got to get Starlink. I don't know. Starlink's like a satellite, isn't it? So, anybody got Starlink? I don't know. I don't have Starlink, so. But I'm not into all this tech, but we'll do it for the ministry. I am. We're going to get a laptop or a iPad or whatever those to get better quality, just so we get some better streams going. Just to improve the quality. So it's part of it, whatever ministry, we're going to try to make some leaps forward. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's God, that thing is just freaking. I don't know. I'm almost thinking I want to put that freaking back brace on. I know that sitting upright like that is just, oh my gosh, excruciating. Oh, so, but anyways, I went into town today because I thought at first it was my phone, but then I figured it out once I got partway there and I got some service out of this area. It's like, oh, I already left out of town. So I went and picked up another window for the ministry. It's pretty cool. And then good news, like I said, I got out of the good news. That's the bad news. Okay, work through the bad news. So now to the good news. Oh, I have that that meeting, guys, on the 21st. So we're moving forward with the ministry. That's huge. It's epic. I mean, I already told you, but they sent another email. They said I can appear via Zoom or something like that, you know. So over the interweb. So no, I know I have a friend who said you're a naturalist, you know, and said I might try that. I don't. I'm not. I think that's more like a. I don't mean to go there, but more like an upper. I don't know. I haven't, but because but he's more of a naturalist. I know he doesn't do anything, but he uses a little bit of that, and he says it works for him. So, and he told me, and he wouldn't push anything on me. He's just not that kind of guy. I've known him for some time. For thy sweet love remembered such wealth brings that I scorn to change my state with kings. Are you trying to speak some haiku in here? Which kings are you talking about? You talk about the king of Revelation? This king right here? Or this king right here? Which king are you talking about? The one that's got the key to the pit? Knowledge? Remember, if you don't have a crown to sit at the feet of Shiloh, you're not going to receive your inheritance. Speaking of kings, you don't think about inheritance, heirs, an age of air, not water. That's deception. Have you been deceived by fake kings? You see what I'm saying? Let's talk about kings, remember? They have a king over them. Jesus is Satan, the sun god Mithra. Yes, birthed in the middle of the winter in a manger. Your Jesus has mange and breast. Your breasted Jesus. Why does your Jesus have breast? Your booby Jesus carpet, remember? Maybe he's shaved. All right, I'm not sure. These people do weird things these days, so I'm not sure. They worship a sun god, remember? The one birthed in the middle of the winter on Decami, remember? In the 10th month of December, remember? 10th. Oh, they do their ritual. Remember their Yule wheel, their Saturnalia. Remember Saturn? They used to pray to the sun, right? Well, and Saturn, because they thought the sun was dying at the equinox, equal day, equal night. Father's the equator. Remember? I separate the dark from the light, the flesh from spirit, not boobies. Father produced flesh, remember? Not water. Oh, yeah, through the water, the age of deception, a whole new age by birth of flesh. Imagine that. Whoa, like Imagine Dragons. They've got their booby Jesus. So Jesus is Satan. Remember, Paul said another. The Hamashiach said many will come in my Shem, my Agape, my authority. Remember Shem, my name. Name is not Jesus, it's Shem. So, how will it be thy Shem? Glorify, edify, lift up the Most High. The Most High God is a title. Remember little g, God, deities, they used to pray to their ancestors, have a burnt offering of flesh to their booby Jesus. Oh, well, your Jesus has breast, right? There's no J's in Hebrew or Greek, so who is this Jesus you speak of? The many, he said, will come, and they'll be deceived. So which Jesus do you speak? The one with breath, Satan, Apollyon, he had a brother, Artemis. Artemis, remember? They just had their ritual, like the cock rockets, you know, like Must have been screwing around corners. Get it? Here we go round and round, like a halo, like a serpent, remember? Like a crown, like Saturn, like the ring. It's a Saturn. It's not Apollo 2, it was Artemis. And they went around the moon, you lunatic, right? Lunatic's about to steal. Jesus is Satan. Jesus, its love is agape, so not phileo. You phileo with your alien dialect. So Jesus is Satan. Your Jesus has breast. Baphomet, remember? The one that father, remember, he divorced his bride because they were going after your Baphomet Jesus. Yes, your Jesus with breast. Hoof, horned, and beast, remember? Greatest of all time, MAGA, high priest of the Satan Church. Oh, might want to write something down. Remember, the Hamashiach was birthed when the shepherds were in the field with the sheep. And that's definitely, remember, Decami, the December, the 10th month. Nueve, the 9th month. I was born in November. Remember? Octagon, Ocho. Remember? Octopus, Scepter, 7. Oh, you are one of these lunatics with your Jesus birthed in the middle of the winter, right? No, the Hamashiach was birthed. The shepherds put up the sheep in the months of October. Remember Israel? It was Jacob. It's not some place. It was a, remember, tribe, the 12 tribes of Israel. Jacob, he so loved, he hated Esau. Remember, he had a brother, Apollo, Apollyon, Jesus Christ, the one birthed on December 25th, in the middle of the winter, your tree. Jesus, your Jesus has breast. Yes. Remember, you put star or the sun, the light over the top of the tree. They have a celebration for a week where they orgy, marinate a man in both beast, man, and yes, your Jesus has both breast and mange. Oh, booby Jesus. There's no such thing as Jesus because there's no such letter as J. That's Yod. Remember, Va, 666. Well, those represent the nails, and your monster, you must be as esteemed as the potter's clay. Turn their works upside down like that. Unleash the beast drink that you drink, right? Like represents the stakes. Remember, they nail somebody to a stake or a yoke or a stock, right? A stock, like you're nailed to the stock exchange, U.S. stock exchange. Yeah, you're a slave, remember? You've turned my father's house into a den of thieves. One nation under God, my ass is somebody who can't learn. Remember? Mocking the republic. Donkey. Remember? Donkey? No. Elephant. You're making an ass of yourself in here. Remember? Because you can't learn. Remember, that's mother. Sons of God. Those that do the will of the Father. Agape. Love is the word agape. There's no such thing as love in Scripture. That's a long way around the word love, isn't it? Remember, like a halo? How about this? What happens when you unleash a box? If you unfold it, you get a cross. Nobody ever hung from crosses. Did your Jesus hang from a cross? Your Jesus is Satan, Apollyon, Mithra, the sun god. Esau's brother, remember the one he hated? Not Jacob, who he loved. Yes, he loved Jacob. Remember the 12 tribes of Israel? Ham, Jeremiah, Judah, the 12. Well, we don't need to go all. Remember, he saw 12 tribes, a family, not some state, nation. Over there, fake Jews. Jew is, there's no J, there's no Jew. He sprang out of Judea, not of Nazareth. Remember, nothing good could come of Nazareth. So, is it just you and me, Sabrina, in here? They couldn't take it. They ran away. Legs on faith. I believe I can fly. Get him out of here, Father. Get him up against the wall. So, hey, Zarina, apologize. I'm on the Jesus juice. You know that, right? 10 eggs. So, we won't make you guess. 10 butt nuggets again. What's out these ladies laying 10? So, that's fine. That's good. They can't take it. Like Twisted Sister, D. Snyder, Twisted, remember Forward, Twist, Pervert. They're perverted. We don't want the perverts in here. Yeah, that's cool. I'm totally good with that. You know what I'm saying? Get them out of here. I don't want anybody in here that's not family anyways, remember? Narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate. Broad is the way that leads to no knowledge. So Yeah, 10. So, but we might have some somewhere else. Do you pay taxes? Well, as of now, I have land tax, but I have been self-employed and I'm a pastor. So generally, when this property would be changed, there'll be no taxes. Taxation, no taxation without representation. Remember, they started a revolutionary war over not 1, but 2%. You got a state, a federal, a gross, well, a net and a gross, and it makes me sick. Yeah, there you go. Don't pay any unnecessary taxes. That's all I'm saying. You got to pay taxes. I pay taxes to the land for the ministry, you know what I'm saying? But I don't have a W-2. And when I do have a W-2, I say, no, you're not going to take. You can make up to $12,000 in this corporation, nailed to the New York Stock Exchange. Yeah, without being taxed. That's, you let them take that. But if you get a refund, you paid in too much. That's what it means. It is. You paid it. If you get a refund, you pay. You gave them your money. You let them earn interest on it. They're knucklehead. I know about taxes. I can show record that I've done multiple people's taxes for many years. I did taxes for people, but because they're not that damn complicated. But moving forward, not H&R Block or anything, but whatever. Remember, no taxation without representation. Gross, it's sickening, huh? Well, you got state, federal, net, gross. It's sick. Then you get taxed on that money when you drive with the fuel tax. That pays for your roads, right? Federal pays for war. You think your taxes, these people are idiots. They think your taxes pay to kill Ukrainian generation. U.S. paid, that will go down in history, to kill the U.S. citizens who paid taxes by W-2, paid to kill a whole Ukrainian generation. Now they're paying for B-2 bombers over Iran. Operation Midnight Hammer. Remember, now it's Operation Epstein Folly. I mean, Epic Folly, or whatever. Fury my ass. So anyways, so now that you're paying for, did you get a vote on that? You're paying for that too. So, right, military tax. So you pay that. Federal tax. That's okay. Now you get tax, gas tax. You get fuel tax. You call the wife. You get taxed on that tax. Right. You get road tax, gas tax. You pay tax on your cell phone, trash tax, cell phone. Right. You get gas. Your wife wants you to call her and you put the trash in the trash can tax. There's tax on trash. Right. Refuse tax. Everything's taxed. This freaking America, boys! Go for America! Go for America, MAGA. I mean, come on, man. This is disgusting. Anybody who supports this is a freaking, tax cattle. Remember? Your date's here. Heifer, hogs and heifers, nothing but hogs and heifers in here. You're going to them joints, juke joints, nothing but hogs and heifers tonight, boys. All right. Had to go there. Whatever, most people are swine. So I don't sup with vipers or cast my pearls. Remember, seeds? The enemy came and sowed seeds while you're sleeping before swine. So low energy. It's not for me. I'm not supposed to. It's gonna rub off on you. Remember, me rub you the wrong way or right way. Remember, what did we get for $10? See, it's going to rub off on you. You can't go to a trap house, crack house, or whorehouse and it not. Remember, she's going to say anything you want with $10 in your pocket. How long do you think you'd sit there, an upright man or woman? You'd be like, how many times that guy going to walk by in them sweats? All right. Whatever, it is what it is. $10 in your pocket. Remember, me rub you the right way. Me rub you wrong time. Or... All right, back to taxes. To get taxed on that, you got a massage tax too, right? So, all right. Whatever, guys. It's disgusting. It's filthy. Think about this. Hey, come on. It's one of the oldest professions in the business, but hey, it's not for me. But it's going to have to, hey, remember? That's the pimp. Remember? Whatever. If it's not a pimp, it's a mafia. There's my two witnesses. You know what I'm saying? Same type of behavior. Come on. Pay your taxes or we're going to come throw you in a cage. Remember, it's either you go to school and if you don't, you'll fail and you follow the law. And if not, you go to jail. And if you don't go to church, and you'll go to hell. It's all fair campaign, brothers and sisters. Remember, let's get back to the beginning of what we got into for our subject here. You got to panic before the panic. That's right. Preparedness is a lifestyle. You don't do it and go run and hoard everything, So let's, whatever they do, you can avoid this. Remember, if you become your own system, you can avoid a lot of this. Grow your own food. How about that? You can stick it to the man. They hate when you grow your own vegetables. They want you to turn you into a vegetable. Oh, no, don't grow your own food, whatever you do. Oh, now you're on the government list. Whatever, 40% of the populace during World War I grew their own food. Victory gardens, that's how you raise your hand in victory. No, less than 1% of the tax cattle, remember, grow their own food now. Dependents. You guys are a bunch of drug addicts. Well, you are on your boxed bag and canned food-flavored poison corn syrup. Whatever, you can grow your own natural vegetables, not fluoridated water, non-chloridated. Well, do you live in the city? Yeah, you're growing your food with chloridated water, fluoridated. They wear COVID suits to grow your, not standing there in coveralls with a thing of Timothy hay or alfalfa, but literally COVID suits to grow your food now. Spray like the bugs, remember? And they spray your food with bugs. Yes, you go buy them, sprayed with the bugs. You'll eat the bugs. Remember? Klaus Schwab. You'll have nothing and you'll be happy. That's right. Your food is like air. It's like the food on the table like grandma had. It's like plastic. It's all the same color, all the same shape, all the same size, and they're sprayed with the bugs. So, but if you grow your own tomatoes, potatoes, or hay, it takes a minute to grow a tree, right? Because you should grow it. Remember, you're supposed to grow something for your children's children. Remember, an apple tree so they can swing on the branch of an apple tree that you planted for your children's grandchildren, your children's children. Yeah, do you plant any? Get growing now. Get growing. Grow now. Grow now. Grow now. Grow now. So, have you grow now? So, well, that's how you stick it to the man. Remember, they want you to go down there and buy their apples all the same size and color, shaped, and sprayed with the bugs, and you'll pay for your own poisoning. Boxed bag or can or Yellow Lake that smells like something, smells like piss. Yellow Lake dye. You want to dye number what? 754-321 865-75309. Yellow Lake dye number 9. Is it dye? Go ahead, consume, obey, and consume. Maybe you're some red M&Ms. Remember red M&Ms? Is it red? Right? Which one is that? Red 5? Maybe it's blue lake or is yellow piss and vinegar, huh? You're full of it. Hey, moving on. There you go. That's what I'm saying. We could be growing our own food, detaching ourselves from the dependence of the system. Detached the dependence. What are you wearing? Diapers? Yeah, you're like a child. You got to be had food sped. It's like everything's a drive-through. Well, we go down to the Piggly Wiggly and we get the swine food, and we go to get the scoim slop at the Kroger or the Walmart, the Winco. That's right. Maybe at the Alpha Beta. Why don't you be like Alpha Beta and tell a friend? All right, just kidding. No, that was their slogan. Remember, Vaughn's, Alpha Beta, Safeway. You feeling safe? Those who say peace and safety. Sudden destruction that will come upon those. Hey, eats the bugs. So you are what you eat. Then they pay for their own poisoning. So blueberry kush, there we go. That's what Sabrina's, that's what she's eating. Some blueberries and like Shem, remember Ham, Shem and well, Kush, remember Kush, remember that was the brother. All right, never mind. Let's not do the lineage. Remember, begotten, the only begotten son. All right, listen here, son. Right. The S-O-N or the S-U-N? Both. What are you on tonight? I'm on the Jesus juice. I'm just trying to work through this, guys. This is freaking killing me. Shouldn't have worn that brace. My freaking, it inflamed my hip. My hip's worse than where my back right now. It is, man. It's disgusting. Yes, it's filmed in a potato or HD for not high definition. You freaking failure. Daiquiri's a failure. So, apologize, guys. It's just what we got to do out here at the desert. We'll get it worked on. We're working on it. Oh, we got to put some more. Hold on, I got to put some more fuego. Got to throw some more wood on the fire. Oh my goodness. Oh. That back brace is no good. I don't know if I'm gonna ever wear it again, man. That thing is just. I wore it yesterday. I wore it today, and I'm like, it just kept bothering me and bothering me and bothering me. So, and she said don't wear it all day, and I did. But you know what I'm saying? Man, I feel like I need to fold and go to, and just never stand up again. That's just. Oh. Well, Father's the Ram. So if you like, remember they blow the shofar. Ricola. No. So. Remember, an ass is somebody who can't learn. So that's what somebody is in here, as an ass. And I actually cursed a little bit on the last stream there. I've been doing so good for many months, man, but I miss my son a lot, so I lost it a little bit yesterday. But yeah, that's not too bad. We have had a lot of streams with no cursing at all. Sabrina will be my witness. I was cursing like a drunken sailor, but I've had a lot go on in my life, so whatever. Fathers doesn't, cursing is not the end of the world. You know what's going to be the end of the world for you is if you don't stand up to perverted people who pervert the law. It's not what goes into man that defiles us comes out of us. So I know it's not in Father's favor, but it's not what Father's looking for is people who stand up to perversion of his law. So remember, I do know that there's better ways to articulate my vernacular. I just wasn't taking the time to slow down, but standing here beside myself, got a little bit out of my element. So I have a lot go on in my little tiny little world that I'm not spinning on a ball. So, but some people think they're spinning on a ball, but they're in the ball camp, but I'm not in their camp. So just taking her one day at a time. So, okay, I got to get some wood in this fire, guys. It's supposed to actually get cold tonight. So I've got to bring in those ladies, and I've got to cover the ladies up tonight again. It's supposed to get to, not the ladies, but the garden, because it's doing good. It's doing good. Oh, I got another lady today too when I went into town. I did. I just went ahead and did it because I'm not having any. It's from a place where I know I can get them. They have this place where they get their where they do their clones. So I wouldn't get them from anywhere else. But there's only 2 places that I get them from. So I grabbed another one today, and it's so pretty. She's a pretty girl. But all right, let me get up. Oh my gosh. No, dude, I can't wear that stupid brace anymore. I feel worse, dude. I didn't freaking even work. I just drove too many days driving, too. Oh. Let's get some fire in the hole. Fire in the hole. All right. Good news is, though, we got the ministry. Oh, careful, there, almost dropped it. Get in there. Ooh, fire, little nuggets. Ooh, let's drop it like it's hot. When the pigs try to get at you, park it like it's hot. Park it like it's hot. Then have an attitude. Park it like it's hot. Oh, man. It's been super windy out here. Super windy. I'm glad I leaned up and supported that the rusty butterfly. It started to kind of come a little bit unhinged there. Oh, I'm gonna have to get out and do something with that. 90 here today. Yeah, here we go. The weather's bipolar. The weather is bipolar on this rock. It's not the end of the world, or nowhere close to the end of the world, but there's nowhere that the weather is like what you would call normal pattern. And it's higher highs and lower lows. So Carl just testified to what I'm kind of saying. We're breaking a lot of records. Higher highs and lower lows, Some of them are shattering records, but that's because we're in an extinction event yet, goofy. We are. If you ain't heard right now, we're in the 6th extinction event. Yeah, right now. We've been in that for years. Grow up. Extinction doesn't mean everything dies. Evolution doesn't mean you grow an opposable thumb or a kickstand so you can sit there and get stuck or lean on dumb. Okay? That's not what evolution is. But this is a cycle. This is the great 12,000. Remember, the half was 6 in the past. Well, 6,000 past prior to that was the Noah. Remember, where he rained from above and below at the lateral the compression event, like in our strata that we can find these events on the cycle. Remember the Yuga cycle, the great Kali Yuga cycle I talked to you guys about? So these are all knowns, constants they've known for thousands and will know thousands of years in advance cycles. Yeah, I've led you to this BIS knowledge and shown you literal images of dated strata events that have happened through the paleo records, through the ice core data of these 6 half and 12,000. Now we're in a great 12,000 year extinction, 6th 12,000 great year 12,000 cycle year. Yeah, we're here. We made it. We've been in that for what, since the birth of the age. We're not in, well, no more water. We're in the age of air now. Grow up. The firmament declares the handiwork. We've already seen the birth of, remember, Bethlehem, the star, and then we saw the birth, right, to the 2 witnesses that he declared even before the coming of the age. We did. The Star of David. We hadn't seen that in over 2,600 years. And then he spoke of that at the island of Patmos. He gave that as a messenger. He visited as an angelos and gave that revelation. And I am revelation to John as a witness. The birth. First, he came in flesh. Second, he would come in the stars, and he declared he would come. Remember? There would be a sign in the stars. The virgin clothed with the sun, the moon at her feet, and a crown of 12 stars upon her head. Yeah. The Revelation 12, even before the age of the birth of the new age, right? Not Reiki new age nonsense. Error. The age of deception is over there, numbskull. The veil has been lifted. That's the word apocalypse. I am Pastor Apocalypse, remember? Whoa. Well, Alethea's truth. If you can't handle it, go on, move on to some fake deacon, reverend, and whatever they want to call it. I'm revelation. I'm a living revelation. 12. Remember the island. Remember not Island Boys, EpiPen Island. No, or not the other goofy. Yeah. The island of Patmos, the gold mines, he gave that revelation of that birth of the virgin, right? Born of a Virgo, the Virgin, the constellation Virgo, all these celestial markers that I know for 100% that he spoke of and we witnessed. Did you? No. Everybody's sleeping at the wheel. The enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. And we're already in the age of revelation. We're already in the age of error. We're in the last book. Scriptures. The firmament declared it, not I. Welcome to the apocalypse. Grow up. It's not the end of the world. Nobody knows the day or the hour. Not the angelos, not the heavens or the ruling class, not the messengers in the ruling class. Yeah, not the angels in heaven. Yeah, the ones that know the Yuga cycles, the Kali Yuga cycles. The white horse is already here. We've already seen the white horse. Remember the rider on the white horse, the one on the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease? What are you waiting for? Yeah, they're waiting for it. That's right. We're already in the red horse. The next is black, and that's Scales, Libra. Remember? The one who raises the dead from the ashes. That's the black horse. That's the 7th trumpet, in case you hadn't figured it out. Yeah. Oh, my God. There's 2 riders on white horses. One in a White House, one has brings the disease and the cure of the disease. Apollyon, Mithra, Jesus Christ, born on December 25th, and remember, the middle of the winter. I'll make it colder than Boda. Oh. How many feet? Remember, feet or inches? You're a Nephilim. Remember, that doesn't have anything to do with feet or inches. So, fallen doesn't mean from the sky. or from above your head. It means from the heavens, and that's not above your head. It's the ruling class. That's right. Nobody knows the day or the hour. There will be signs in the stars, sun, and moon. He said it, remember? He spoke of a birth. Remember? The Virgin, the constellation Jupiter representing the king. Oh, wrong king, remember? Which king do you go after? Oh, there's more than one king. Remember, he said in Revelation 3:11, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. So if you don't have a crown to sit at the feet of Shiloh, remember Revelation 3:11, I come quickly, let no one. Remember the king of Revelation 9:11, the Angelos messenger. He'll send his messengers, he'll send his angels, and they'll declare, remember, the coming of the age. Welcome to Revelation. Welcome to the apocalypse. The firmament declared it, not I. Remember the birth, remember, of the king, like the king star, Jupiter, remember the king star, remember? And Saturn, the time marker. Yeah, that was the start of the vid, remember? Yeah. Let no one take your crown. On January, February, March 11th, he declared the corona. Yeah, I come quickly. Let no one take your crown, Mr. Warp Speed. Really? Yeah. March 11th, he declared, remember? They put a crown of thorns upon his head, the corona, like a coronation crown, remember? They're doing it again with his picture, remember? They got the Baphomet ritual. He's standing there doing the healing Jesus. Whatever. Did you guys see the meme they made out of that Trump thing where he's standing there in the robe and he rips off his sash and he rips off his robe and he puts on the and he does the booby Jesus, white cross booby Jesus. You guys nobody got that. Nobody decoded that either. Ain't seen anybody decode that. So first decode here first. Why did they do booby Jesus? Why did they do the Red Cross Baphomet booby Jesus? That's them again, brothers, sisters. They mocked the people because people are too stupid to figure it out. Remember? Nice. They don't take the time. Freaking people are lost. Yeah, remember? Anybody see the meme of Mr. Warp Speed? Yeah, booby Jesus. They're laughing at everybody. Whatever, you guys are missing the boat. All right. Nobody gets it. I get it. Father does some things on this rock, and he sets his people aside. So remember, he speaks in parables. Remember, not so that most people will hear him and understand him or overstand him. That's right. They will not see. They'll be blind as well, we want to say a bat because bats use radar. Can you see what I'm saying? All right, guys, hold on. I gotta get this fire started. I gotta get something that's not going. She's not going. I need her to take off. I thought she'd take off. Did you see that meme, Sabrina? Did you see the meme they made of the him coming out and putting the healing Jesus? Somebody used obviously AI, right? No, that's them. Why would they put boobs on the lady of Trump? Because that's nowhere else is talking about booby Jesus. What other channel do you go to or church, house made by hands, do you go to where they talk about booby Jesus? You know, those things were inflated, like, you know, the price of oil. They were blown up. Fake, you know, you can tell. Plastic, well, whatever. Soylent Green or whatever they put in those things, you know, remember, whatever bags they are, so. Okay, but what it does is he comes in and he rips off the sash, right? Or he rips that red and he trips off and he goes into a Red Cross nurse. And then he's got the Red Cross nurse, but he's got these big monster, ugly, you know, store-bought titties. Store-bought, you know, the one she lays on her back, they don't move at all. They're just like what the hell is that? Not like freaking a basket. What the hell is that? That ain't a boob. It's supposed to have a little squish to it, man. It's supposed to move around a little bit. So you can tell they did, a real, there you go. You know what I'm saying? And they made it obvious, so they're all blown up and fake, Well, I don't know. I've seen so many women that have fake titties and they're like, oh, like that is, that is disgusting. Whatever. Most guys like boobs. So remember, they love their booby Jesus. So they'll totally flock to anything round. It is, man. God's got them like three ways between the breast, the nipple, and well, the three-way booby Jesus. Remember, they're out. It's gone. They're gone. They're gone. But think about it. I don't mean to go there, but a breasticus has a circle like a pepperoni, and then the circle they like suckle on this three-way booby Jesus. So careful. They see boobies, and if they're round, they're like a kid at a candy store. They like the carnival. They want a ticket to the show. They want to go round and round, So, tune in Tokyo. So, okay, moving on with the booby Jesus. So, but no, I think it's just hilarious because I haven't heard anybody decode it. And it might be a little bit out there what I'm telling you, but it's not. Remember, if you knew who Baphomet was, don't look at the watered down version of Baphomet. Baphomet has very rounded, when they actually did the image of Baphomet, they look like store-bought titties. Go look at a true image of the old Baphomet when they sculpted the Baphomet. They were very round and looked like coconut shells. Kind of like these women who got these big they don't even look natural, man. What the hell? Like I said, they don't even move. They ain't used to playing with them. They don't even dribble. No thanks. Double dribble. Get it? Foul. Triple double. All right, never mind. Well, no, I haven't seen anybody decode it. You know what I'm saying? Right, everybody, but nobody's even gets the understanding of the Red Cross is Catholicism. With the two soldiers behind with the triple, that's Baphomet. That's Baphomet. Triple gender god, the three horns. It's all scriptural too. That's what people they're not. Remember, the Red Cross was the Catholics. The Catholics, remember the Inquisitions who were going out and slaughtering people? Red Cross for not going to their booby Jesus ritual. They're doing it right now in front of everybody's face, and I've not seen anybody decode it properly. Nobody. And give glory to Shiloh for giving me the eye to see, so we can at least have one of you, if you see what I'm saying. I don't see anybody doing it. I love that this channel's so tiny and nobody gets to see what he, conveys here through seeing eyes and hearing ears. Somebody who's had skin in the game for decades. I'm not going to take my head out of this. This is getting even better, worse, but better. Remember? Sorrows. So not just survive, but thrive, right? Oh, yeah, it's possible with abundance. So, it's, feel... How come nobody else has done it? Nobody knows about the booby Jesus, brothers, sisters. Nobody knows about booby Jesus. That's select to this ministry. Very, very few know that the 3-in-1 God is the God birthed in the middle of the winter. Mithra, Apollyon, he had a brother Artemis. Or do you think they just did their Artemis rocket? More mockery, brothers, sisters. They're mocking, the whole world was in on it with a never find a straight answer, NASA or whatever. There's two words that don't go together, NASA and Alabama. In that headquarters, they don't let those people in that state fly those things, right? No, just kidding. I think it's a job. No, it's a Foxworthy joke or something. So NASA and Alabama. So oh, all right. Let me check here. So how are we doing here? All right, we're doing good. I wonder if we got more eggs, guys, somewhere else. I feel like there's some eggs somewhere. We got 10 today. I feel like there should be another one somewhere. I feel like I moved the eggs. I almost want to go out there and look and see if she's like a late layer. I think that's what it is. Ooh, that fire's ripping. Yeah, I did, but I'm gonna go out there. One second, let me go out there and check, guys, because like I said, I think this is what it is. She's a late layer, in the end of the day. It might not be there, but I seen some chickens coming out from some other spots. You know what I'm saying? I got some stuff out here. I need to get it put up. There's just stuff. It's almost all ruined now, but just to get it out of the way. I just don't have enough hours in the day. I don't have the effort to do it. I needed to pull it all out and now it's all ruined. So, but it could be put up out of sight, out of mind at this point. So, I'm sure there's some things that are salvageable, but some of the stuff I lost from just, I tried to do it last time and then my back went a little bit haywire on me and I just couldn't get it done. And some other things came up, obviously. So, but let me go check and see because I'm telling you, there's another egg out there somewhere. What? There were 13 eggs in that pile. So that means that somewhere, all along when there was 10, there was 11, right? Or if there was 7, there was 8, or if there, what I'm saying? There had to be. So I wonder if she just went somewhere else, because I moved that. I kind of moved that and I moved some things around. I was like, I shouldn't have done that. I should have just left that spot on. So if that's where she's going to lay, just let her lay there and I'll go, like I said yesterday. So let me go check. I'll be back in a minute. Actually, give me a few minutes because I got to bring those ladies in. I think it's supposed to get down to 21 degrees tonight, guys. It was snowing here today. So I need to get these ladies in here and cover up those other ones. So give me a minute. Might take me, 10, 15 minutes at the most. But I don't think it'd take me that long. But I got to bring the ladies in and then cover up all the other garden. Okay. So if you don't mind, I just got that one today. So it probably wouldn't be very good to leave that one outside. So need to acclimate that one for sure before I start. But I threw it outside today a little bit to give it a little. Uh, okay, give me a moment. All right, I apologize. Trying to multitask here. I'm trying to get something started for dinner. So, got those all the garden covered. Got the ladies inside here. I'm gonna make some enchiladas. So give me a minute here. I threw some hamburger on there, and gonna have to get some beans and some sauce, but we'll get her going. I got the ladies inside here. Look at this pretty lady here. Look how nice and big. Look at this pretty lady here. Here's a pretty girl. Oh, she's a nice lady here. Look, she's just nice and healthy. We'll just keep her. We'll put her actually over here with the other ladies so they can hang out with each other tonight. So, isn't that pretty? She just like. So yeah, oh yeah. All the ladies. Those other ones are. I retransplanted them into bigger pots, and they're kind of. I can tell they're rooting out right now. They're not so much. This other one, it's doing good too. All right, where is my headlamp? Up there. All right, give me a minute here. Let me get something going here. I'll be back here in a minute. All right, getting there. Appreciate the patience. Gotta eat. Eat the belly. All right, getting close. Yeah. Yes. Well, I want those big ones. Those maybe smaller ones. Uno, dos, tres. Yeah. Not there yet. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, we're getting close. I'm making some enchiladas. So give me a moment here. Get my plate warmed up here a little bit too. Get my plate warmed up. Nice and warm. Muy caliente. There. There. Get our cheese ready. Put tortillas on there. Let them warm up a little bit. How warm is our plate? Oh, yeah, our plate's getting warm. There we go. We're getting close. Queso. it is. There on that. All right, we're good with there. All right, we're right on. These two together. The beans are hot. Hey, thank you, Warren G. Oh, here we go. Made me some dinner here, some enchiladas here for some dinner. If you mind while I thanks for let me grab something to put this on top. It's a little easier with it. Oh my freaking god. All right. Oh, so we got some windows today, so appreciate that. We'll put that towards some windows. I got a window today. Got $25 off because I'm a veteran, so it was $100. I bought a little bit smaller window the other day. It was 100, and I got paid 80 for it. So we got 5 windows with holes in them. So we got to get the windows plugged out here. It that one window, because it was missing, it tore up all the work somebody had done, that drywall work in there. So all right, thank you, Father. I can have some good food here. Enchiladas. So they're good if they're hot. So yeah, I got another window, and it's got all those ripples in it, but I don't, whatever. The not fogged or whatever, but it's got ripples, so you can't actually see out the window. It don't matter. It's a window. It'll let plenty of light in. Good stuff. Enchiladas, baby. Enchiladas. Oh, that's yummy. But they're nice windows. And it seems like it's kind of strange. The only windows I seem to have found that fit so far are the tan windows. And I'll put any window. I don't care if it's white or tan. Remember, I have to actually look good with the white windows, and the only ones I can find are the ones that are tan. Father's so weird. Or the way he works in my life, he is. So, here we go. Oh, look at this. Enchilado. Yeah. Enchilado. Oh, we're starting to. Yeah, it'll be fine. No worries. Anything that plugs a hole, and they're not the same fit. So either way, I'm gonna have to custom saw a little bit out. It's not the end of the world. Put another. They're all about a couple inches off. So one way or another. That's nothing that I can't, Well, bye. Enchilado. Wish there was another person here. These have been better if I made 6 of them instead of 3 of them with extras for me. You know what I'm saying, with extra. Darn it. I'm a good cook. Well, I don't mean good. Well, I am a good cook, but it's not easy to cook for one person. Especially when you've been a cook. It's easier to cook for 30 people than one person. If you were a cook, you'd understand that, but it's hard not to Cook a little bit extra. I know about portion control, but I think I went a little overboard on these ones. Are a little fatty. These are the fatties. Look at these fatties. Oh, what do you got to see in the wrong side? Look at this. Those are a little bit fat. And I still got some in the pan. Have you seen nether flame sauce? I have not. Thanks for letting me eat these while they're hot. They're so much better when they're hot. I heated up my plate too, so. Keeping them pretty warm here. Flipping rights. And the sweet ooey gooey. The sticky icky and the sweet ooey gooey. Life can suck, but the food shouldn't, right? If you can help it in any way, shape, or form, that's what I've always. I'm going to share something my dad always told me. He told me many times. He said, son, if you're hungry, you fucked up. I kind of wish he wouldn't have told me that, but in many ways he was right. But made me a little gluttonous to be a foodie. So probably had a lot to do with the fact that when he came and well, if you think about it, so in a lot of ways that makes a lot of sense, you know. And I've never heard anybody say that before other than dad. My dad died at 37. I told you, he's a really wise man when he was young, wise, you know. You know, like I said, a lot of it had to do with the fact that when he came and took us from the position that we were in, we were all pretty malnourished at the time. So we were not being fed properly, and it is what it is. It's not the end of the world. I'm still here, but kind of had an open refrigerator policy, so to speak, you know. Which again is not always the best thing. Okay. Is it like a, what is that, a Reaper pepper sauce? G? Like a Reaper? What do they call that? Scovin, you know, on the pepper on the, my brother used to make a green habanero salsa that was freaking insane. I loved it. It was so hot, but it wasn't so hot that you couldn't taste the food. It tastes like tobacco. Okay, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. For me, hot where it changes the taste of the food, I don't like that. I like that it's hot, but I don't want it to change the taste of the food. You know what I'm saying? It can add to the taste of the food, but not almost take away and change, where it's overbearing, like he's like tobacco or something, where it's just like, now I understand people like to do competition and, hot sauce and all that, but too hot is not, my brother had a green sauce too, man. It was borderline right on the edge of it. It was so freaking hot, but it tasted good. You can still, that's what I've always found out about habanero salsa, green habanero salsa, like my brother used to make. It's either too hot, you know what I'm saying, where it has no flavor because it's just so freaking scorching hot, or it just is not hot enough and doesn't have any flavor. You know what I'm saying too. There's nowhere, not that they're kind of what. Sometimes I've tried it a few times, but man, when I tried my brother, he made a habanero salsa, green. Oh man, it was fire, and it's made out of actually escabeche. I don't know if you know what escabeche is. Yeah, so everybody's different about hot sauce. You know what I'm saying? My palate tells me I'm a cook, so I don't tell anybody what their palate likes, I don't. Sometimes it doesn't have anything to do with taste. Taste, it has everything to do with texture. So if the texture's off, it could throw the whole dish off. But I know that in the hot sauce world, people have they have a palate for that. They have a really wide palate when it comes to that taste. They get them Skolmans up there real high and still feel, taste things. Or I think my taste must be roasted. I can't taste nothing, but my older brother was like that made that sauce. He liked things just so freaking hot, all that competition, Reaper peppers and all that, whatever. Carolina Reapers. I think he eventually moved to Carolina, north or south, I can't remember. You don't know north from south, up from down, or what's wrong with you? But some people, hot is ketchup. Some people's palate can't take any hot. None. Don't even try to be pulling, like say, ketchup's hot to them. I tell that to my mom. I grew up just where I was at, eating a lot of spicy food. You know what I mean? Just where I grew up. I grew up, in Los Angeles around Hispanic. A lot of people, lot of Hispanic food, a lot of Latino heavy grew up influence. So a lot of spicy food, and that's not the only food, but that's obviously my favorite food is. I love Mexican food. I love Hispanic food. Mm. But some people don't have the palate for it. You know what I'm saying? Some people, a tomato is hot to them. What? You don't have that palate. Probably grew up eating spicy. So my mom, I had to explain that to her. Like, some people, mom, ketchup is hot. No way. Well, mom, it's a tomato. It's acidic. So it's going to touch that end of their taste bud, you know, that they don't want. They're just, oh, I never thought about it that way. Yeah, stop telling people this is not hot. This food is hot. It is spicy. It's not spicy for you or me. It's just normal. But for some people, they're kind of over there, take, patting their tongue off with a napkin. Because our palates are all different, man. Oh. Well, I never like food too hot. I want to be able to still taste what I'm eating. Yep. If it changes the flavor profile to, where it's overbearing, where I can't taste the food anymore, no thanks. But that might be a different limit for you. You know what I mean? We all have a little bit different. Probably has, I imagine too, has a lot of where you grew up. So. Grew up in a culture eating a lot of spices. Thai food is generally um, thanks for taking care of the kiddos, man. I miss being a dad. I don't know if my son would hate me, man. I miss being a dad a lot. Thanks for being a good parent. You know what I mean? Multitasking. Used to do that a lot with Elijah. Have to multitask as a single parent. Got to cover it all the bases. Well, I got myself fixed, so no more kids for me. I got neutered, right? So. Got an appointment for Juniper Girl coming up. I'll finally get her fixed so she'll quit eating after 3. So, well, I think it has a lot to do with Kevin's cat being here. You know what I'm saying? Throws her into heat. He wants to nail her all the time. So, it's all you can think of is Juniper. Done run my kitty off, but oh well. Circle of life. I think Yasher's down the road. I feel like he might be. Still. I don't think Nugget killed him. He might have hurt him. You know what I mean? But so. But Nugget doesn't even go over there. He don't go over there anymore. He lives here now. So whatever. There's always diamond lamb and rice here where he knows where it's at. So why would he not come here? So. And something that he likes so much. So my little Juniper girl. She's a little girl. She's a sweetheart. She came in and slept with Dad last night. Till when about 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock when I wake up, then she'll get Daddle out. She came in a little bit early last night. It was windy, so she wanted to come in. She came in today. She might be in here right now, laying up there. I think she might be inside. It was windy. She didn't like it out there when it's windy. She's being like Toggy. Or I gotta tell you this, guys. The other day, I went to back where Tango was at, where he's buried, and something had dug all the way up to where it split his box. Now they didn't get down in the box, which broke my heart. And I had to let it go. Circle of life. I mean, if something ate it, it is what it is. But I almost wonder if it was Mr. I mean, dug all the way straight down, because he came over there and sat when I reburied it, and then I covered it, and it was the same size as his body. You know what I'm saying? There was something dug straight down to where there was a split in the box where I could tell that somebody's nose could smell. Now, why would something dig all the way down there and not take it out of there? If it was going to dig down there, is what I'm saying, right? And not get the prize, if that makes sense. So my heart sank when I saw a big, the girls. Oh my gosh, lost my doggy. But oh well. Now I put some concrete over him now, but I think it was Mr. Because boy, when I was over there, he just laid next to me. He didn't. It's like remember when I buried him, how he stayed in the Forerunner. You know what I'm saying? And he stayed in there, and he just laid down. He wanted to stay with him until I, and then when actually I got him out, he just. So I think it was his. You know what I'm saying? I think he got all the way down and said, yeah. So I think it was him. I don't know why. Why would any other animal dig down in there and not take him out of there? I mean, something dug all the way new to dig all the way down there and get to the prize and not get the prize. I think he got the prize. You know what I'm saying? I think he got the prize. I think he got the sniff and knows that's, you know what I'm saying? Because he was so calm when I brought him back there, you know what I'm saying? And he just laid down right next to me, and he just right to my side and let me, because at first I was like, I was going to get a shovel, and I was like, yeah, just pull it in got down on the ground and just kind of pulled it all by hand. I'm like, I don't want to bend over and, just kind of slept it, and actually put some more blocks and stuff. That way, I don't know, I just want some preventative. But now I feel kind of bad because I think it might have been him, you know what I mean? But I think he got his sniff. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to think when he had done it, but there's times that he has kind of gone off and he can get underneath the gate and he can go out the gate. He has full run of the property, you know what I'm saying? So he doesn't leave, he doesn't go anywhere. So if he went anywhere, he used to go over there, but he don't go over there anymore. But it's because the dogs were there, but he don't have any interest for some reason. But I think that's what it is. My hunch, I could be wrong, but I just don't. It doesn't make any sense to me why an animal would get that far down. I mean, it was a straight dig down. I mean, like right to where he was at, too. You know what I'm saying? Like right to that opening of the box. That's a strong instinct. That's a nose that knows. And we know that somebody's got a nose that knows. That freaking nose on this dog, you knock over the Twin Towers. I told you, it's like a freaking freight train. His nose is, man, he's a dingo. So that's what he does all his, pushing with. That's what, I mean, that's where his money's at, is that nose of his. You know what I'm saying? They drive. That's their drive. So that's why they herd the cattle so well. So I think he got down there and got a sniff, and he just knows he's there, So, but I was glad that he laid there with me and he let me get him covered back up, and then, like I said, I brought in something to cover him up, so I don't think he'll. Let me get try from this side. He get in there no matter what if he wants to, but I think he got. It just seems like he got all the way to that point and went, oh, Dad's been, because I've been talking a little bit about him recently. You know what I'm saying? Recently I'd had some conversations with him and talked to him where I don't really, I mean, directly was, having some conversation with him about his brother. Like, I think the same time he did it is when I used to scratch Tango on the top of his head. And no matter how I scratch his head, I can't get that because Tango had such a big head. You know what I'm saying? Remember Biggie had such a big old head. He doesn't have that. He's got more. So I was talking about, was talking about Tango and talking about a big old how he scratched Biggie's head. And I started doing that more to him. You know what I'm saying? Because I can't quite get that, he doesn't have the big old forehead. So, or the big, but I think that's when he might have just, I don't know, I just couldn't take it anymore. And as I started giving him those scratches on the head, like big. And so he's my big now. You know what I'm saying? He's my biggest one that I have now. So um, I think that might have sparked him to do that as much as I know I was back there not that long ago. I was. When we go back there, sometimes we go back and we say hi. We walk over and Bones' old body's laying right there. His old body's right there. You know what I'm saying? So he knows. I mean, it's crazy. He's never dug up his own body. Mm-mm. And he knows it's there. He knows, I know he knows that body's laying right there. And, he wasn't born when that was, I mean, he doesn't know because it was in the ground already, but he knows that body's right there, laying right there. Like I know he knew where dog was at. So, and there's actually some other, like I said, we've had, cat before and um, a livestock, a goat. Remember a goat that we, I don't know where that was really strange too. But either way, I have a sneaking suspicion it was his brother. Just had to get, a sniff to know, just because I don't see any animal getting all the way down there and then not tearing into that thing and not pulling something out of there. You know what I mean? You don't stop. And there was no smell coming out of there like that. You know what I'm saying? I got down close and I wanted to take a sniff and I didn't get down and stick my nose all the way down in the box, but there was no, and dogs have dog smell too. So they can obviously, we can't smell nothing compared to what they can smell, but we're nose blind compared to a dog. We really are. But yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all to me that something wouldn't, at least, if it was some kind of wild animal and there's nothing else back on this property, what I'm saying? There are no other dogs uh, Kevin's not here right now. So, and, um, so his dogs haven't been coming over and this has been, recently this is done. So it's gotta be him, you know, and it fit his body too. You know what I'm saying? It did. Because he got down there when I asked him, I was like, did you, and I got him, down and he got right next. He didn't get all the way his nose down there, but he didn't. And he didn't act like he did anything wrong. You know what I mean? Like that too. He didn't act like Bone's very timid. He always has been since even his old self. He's just a super timid dog. He's kind of one of those dogs that acts abused. That's not, you know what I'm saying? Not piss himself or anything like that, but just very timid dog. Not Tango was very outgoing, and when this I know of this dog because he sits there. He's so timid that his paws will slide out from underneath himself. I've never had another dog that did that. I'm seriously, he does the same thing. I've never had another dog that does. He sits there and he's so timid that his paws sometimes will literally slip out from underneath him. Never had a dog do that. His old body, same thing. He'd sit there and look at you and, and he does the same thing. He gets his, like, from the timidness of how that's just the way way he is. So, yeah, it was like I said, my heart jumped when I looked over and I saw that there was a bunch of pile of dirt. I'm like, but when I went over there, I think I figured out what went on. I think Mr. Brother had to get a little sniff and make sure he's confirming that, it just is what it is, Like I said, I like to talk about him. I do. He knows when I say his name, he perks up. You know what I'm saying? You guys have seen that before. If I say his name, he knows his. I mean, that's crazy because he kind of keeps his ears down. He doesn't always. He's just that's his. He's more of a that's a timid thing. He's showing that eager to please, the subservience, that kind of thing. But if something interests, I can say his name and his brother's name and his ears. He knows his brother's name. You know what I'm saying? So, um, but we were talking about him, like I said the other day, and I think that's when he must have gone out there and had to say hi to his brother. Had to say hi to his brother. Whatever. He's such a neat dog. I'm freaking so lucky to have Mr. Bone. I really am. You couldn't ask for a better dog. You really couldn't. All around, he is just. Um, he's a little over loving now because he wasn't as much, but I do understand and overstand him now. He's the only dog, so he when he had his brother to play with a lot, he didn't need that much attention. But now that he's not here as the only dog, he's just kind of, you know, he needs a little lot more. So, yeah, he's very intelligent. I'm glad that Father. Um, I remember when I was younger and stuff. I remember seeing farm dogs and stuff, and I really enjoyed the heater. And when I learned about the dingoes, man, I always kind of just something about he's not that full marrow, like Tika was and some of the other, but there was this dog that I always had in my mind, that I had saw. I was like, I wanted that dog or whatever, just to kind of have because I love dogs, you know what I'm saying? And I've kind of always had a thing for working dogs. I've had other breeds, but there's just something about a working dog. So when I look at Mister, I took him into the feed store the other day into Wilco. He was such a gentleman. He's so freaking. He doesn't go on leash very often, but you know what I'm saying. But when I took him in that, he don't like being a leash at all. But when I took him in that, his store's whole demeanor changed. Actually, when I uh, when I rang out, because there were several people actually asking a little bit about about his breed or whatever. This lady next door, you know, register over here, right? So she turns around and starts giving him some scratches and stuff, and she just absolutely, I mean, he sat there and was just being so patient with, and let her scratch him on the head, and she's like, "Oh my God, he's so," he was just being super. He was such a good boy in there. That's what I'm saying. He don't go very often, but he was just other dog. There was other dogs around there. He don't look at them. He don't care. That dog come over here, he might, but I mean, he wouldn't. He'd alert up, but he don't see him. He just did his thing. So I don't take him inside very often when I go places and stuff. But to the feed store, there people take their dog in all kinds of places. It's crazy. Oregon's one of those states too where they have a. You don't have to have your animal marked as a service dog. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to have the bat. I think all that, so you can have so people will take their animals as a service dog a lot into grocery. I never don't understand taking your dog in a grocery store, but whatever. The dog's not getting up and peeing on anything. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? They clean the place often. People walk in there with dirty shoes. What the hell's wrong with the dog walking around? You know what I'm saying? So, but either way, he was a real gentleman. He really was. He did so good, and um, he was so nice. That lady just she didn't want to leave. She wanted to just stay there and pet him. I'm like, hey, I gotta go. Oh, he's so lovely and just whatever. But I'm glad that I have him because he fills a big gap for me. I don't know what I'd do out here without him. And I feel just he'd be silence. It's so silent without Big out here. You know what I'm saying? It is. It's very different without Big here. So he brought so much to the farm, for so many years. So uh, it's not completely silent, but it's a silence out here without him. So if he was gone, I don't know what it'd just be. I don't know. It'd be like I said, almost being like me not being in pain. I wouldn't know what to do. So the silent. I don't know. I miss Mr. Yasher boy. So I miss him a lot. I miss having him. He just brought so much for Juniper. They loved each other. They played a lot. Nugget just wants to nail Juniper. He don't want to play with her. He just wants to nail her. So although he's around and stuff, it's not that same kind of relationship that, Yasher had with Juniper. Like, it's almost like they were brother and sister. The way they played a lot. They did. They just chase each other around and whatever. You guys had seen them on streams. They follow me around. So they were like, even though they're not from this anywhere, no same litter, they acted kind of like they were brother and sister. It's crazy, those two cats. But so I don't know. I thought about getting another cat, but I need to get Juniper fixed first, and then I might be able to. I don't think I could get another boy cat because I think Nugget would run him off. So I'd probably have to look to maybe adopt another cat or another female down the road. I was thinking that's fixed, maybe something that he can. He won't take, like that kind of, because she has not been in heat in front of him, and then yeah, once she's fixed, hopefully it'll slow him down a little bit. He won't be so interested in her going into heat. It'll, I'm not gonna. I don't think he'll wander off. I still think he'll hang out, but I think his drive, with her. He's kind of infatuated with her. He is. He won't. Like I said, it is. It is what it is. I know that. We used to talk about it even before when Kevin took, him back over to Colorado. He said, he was your cat, before he was like infatuated. You got the name with Pranks. Your name is Pranks, and you want to call me gay, huh? What the hell would make you think that I'm gay? You're an idiot, man. You don't know what you're talking about. I think there's a much better chance that you're a pole smoker and you chooch on meat cigarettes than me there, man. You know what I'm saying? The hell would somebody come up with that? So, are you one of those pole smokers, like chooching on the baloney pony? So, oh man, let me get up and put my plate away here. So, oh crap. Maybe it's time to have some meds here or something, huh? Wrap her up. So, wrap her. Oh, I think it would take me a BH. So, yeah, I think it's time to take some meds for the night here a little bit. It was a long day. I don't like the driving into town nonsense. Nope. Oh. It's too long of a drive for me now. I need a chauffeur. And I can't. That don't matter. I'd still have to tell them to stop so I can get out. But I'm just tired. It is what it is. I have so many appointments. You know what I'm saying? Now all those appointments are in town. Cost $50 to go to town. Man, it's ridiculous. Such an idiot. And it's starting to get warm in here. Hear that? That thing's snap, crackling, popping here. We're starting to roast. We're getting her nice and toasty in here. Thank you, Father, for a warm place to lay my head at night. Not me with a bunch of stinky dudes and. Oh man. I don't even know where my lighter's at. Do I have a lighter? Do I have a lighter? Do I have a lighter? Oh man. Yeah, I got that Zoom meeting, guys, on the 21st. It says they prefer you to be there in person, but man, I don't know if I don't want to drive all the way down to Lakeview. That's a long drive, and I don't think it's going to make a difference whether they approve you or not. They're either going to approve you or they're not going to approve you. I don't think it matters if you drive down there. would offer you the Zoom call to begin with. Ding. Ooh, yeah, I seen you got a ton of views on one of your live streams there, man. You had a bunch of views. Went into town today, and my phone, everybody's phone in this area quit working on Verizon. Nothing. Couldn't call, couldn't. And even when you called them, I'd actually a couple times. Damn, I knew it. Just cut myself on that piece of glass. Flipping serious, dude. So I decided I was going to go into town. And I picked up another window. Yeah, outstanding. I'm glad that's working good for you. Just keep going, man. Just keep keep turning the system on its head right now until you can't. You know what I mean? Why not? You know, it's gonna know what it wants. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like these Lego memes. If you're watching the Lego memes, it's picking up on what the people want, you know? And so that's all AI animated. I guarantee you that Lego stuff. I mean, it's selected, but you've been doing some of this, which, some of this, so oh, you should, though, Sabrina. You should watch every one of those Lego memes. Their history in the making. They're actually telling people what's going on. It's a pulse on what's outside of this country. So you don't have to. No, I'm not. But you know what I'm saying. So yeah, absolutely. I used to sit there, as a grower, and I could sit there for hours and hours on end watching my plants grow. So you get a lawn chair or whatever, a nice comfortable chair, and sit in front of your plants. You're like, you got cable? No, I got a grow tent and a fish tank. Between that, what do I need cable for? Right? So, yeah, you got 10 fish tanks in here. What do you mean, a fish tank? No. I got 10 channels. So, what do you got? And I got a whole bunch of ladies, out in the garden. I got another 12 more channels out in the garden, so to watch. So, I'm telling you, that's the life, man. People are wondering, why don't you have cable? I got fish tanks and plants, man. What the hell do I need cable for? I got the internet. I can figure out what's going on the web, but I don't need, I don't need none of that. So, yeah, my son used to get on me for that. I'm the only one in high school that doesn't have cable, Dad. We're like in the Stone Age. Why won't you let me have cable? So because you have 3,000 channels and you can't find nothing to watch. I've seen people with cable. They do. They got 3,000 freaking channels, and there's nothing to watch on TV. Well, when there's 3 channels, there's 3 things to watch. Much easier decision, correct? You don't like it, turn it off. But see how that narrows it down, makes it a lot easier to watch. The good old days, rabbit ears, boys. On top of the TV. So, wasn't that hard to figure out what was on television? So, dude, how is that? How could there be 1,000 channels and you can't nothing to watch? Oh, go outside and ride your bike, go play in the street or something. Hey, I grew up at a different time. Remember, it's 9 o'clock. Do you know where your children are at? So. Uh-oh. Yep. No. I never really, like I said, I didn't take my son. I actually allowed him to use it. I just limited it to, I didn't let him use the net all the time. I never denied his access to it because I knew it was the future. I couldn't do that. It'd be like sheltering your little girl and telling her to not get pregnant and never, never even let her kiss a boy or something, or and whatever. And she's gonna run out and sneak out and come back. Next thing you know, you're gonna be taking her and, yep, you got a positive pregnancy test because you pushed too hard. You tried to shelter her. And I'm not saying it's, that's the end all be all, but that's a lot of the times when you push against children, it has the opposite effect. So sometimes you don't want to, shelter them from things because it doesn't. It's not in today's world. Doesn't work. It's different. It's a different world than we grew up in, man. Not we didn't have the access to all this. We had the Sears magazine, right? The Sears and Roebuck or whatever, the lingerie section or whatever. Children have access to just unfathomable amounts, now. Our brains are into their mind is, it's hard to shelter them from it would have the worst effect if you just, yeah, you got to let them. It's like, I don't know if that makes any sense. And I'm saying you do that. You shelter your children or something like that, and they're going to sneak out and go do it despite, instead of talking to them about the birds and the bees or being a little bit more responsible or saying, hey, this is why this is the way it is. And, being a little bit more upfront with them instead of sheltering them, having a conversation with them, thinking you can hide them and shelter them from all the world is not going to happen. Not in today's world when all their friends are, So it's a tough time for children to grow up, man. Not the days of riding the green machine and the evil Knievel stunt cycle or whatever, Back in the day where we played marbles and, with sticks. Back in my day, we didn't have home marbles. We just played with sticks. That's the way it was, and that's the way we liked it. But you're not that damn old, man. But just a different world. We got to remember that. Don't shelter your children. Be open about it. Talk about things because they're going to find out either way. You're not going to keep things from your children. Not. They're going to find out either way. So the best thing to do is talk to them about it. I'm not Dr. Phil trying to tell you how to, but don't let anybody tell you how to raise your kids. So I'm not telling you. I just know that the society we grew up in is a lot different than, the children of the generation that grew up in 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000. It's wow. Look at it now. We have a pedo class file of rulers. Imagine when their government's a bunch of PDF files. How does that make you feel? No foreign entanglements, right? And I could go through all kinds of quotes. America doesn't believe anything, tricky dick, until they see it on television. You want me to start quoting all that? This is what they have to look forward to. We're gonna turn you back to the Stone Age. Just threatening to turn countries back to the Stone Age, right? I don't even need to go into it. I'll rest my case there. I mean, it's a hard world. These children are we need to be paying strict attention to these kids and give them the things that they need in this day and age for the time, that they need. So trying to raise a kid like it's, the 80s or when you grew up or the 70s in this world is the wrong thing to do. It's not going to work. That whole, they put the fear of God in us. Remember, we didn't get no second chance. They whooped us on the second time. There was no thank you bite. Your children have all these luxuries. We ate the same food for breakfast. We didn't like it for lunch. We didn't need it for lunch. We ate it for dinner. And then for not, we started the new day. We ate it. We ate it. If it got mold on it, that's just penicillin. Good. It'll heal you. You're just fine. Eat it now. No, it never got that far. You know what I'm saying? There was very seldom you just ate when you did what you were told. So wasn't this day and age. And, now children tell their children, yell at their parents and cuss them out and do all kinds of things because parents don't raise their kids. iPads raise kids. Oh, they do not. Look at these kids. They can use an iPad at 2 or 3 years old. Yeah, right. There's my two witnesses. 2 or 3 gathered in my. All right. How's that? Seriously, man, they walk up and go, remember, program that VCR that's been blinking 12 for 12 years or something. Nobody uses VCR anymore, but then they just walk up to it without an instruction manual, the thing you can't get to change the time on it. There you go. They already are programmed with all this in their brain, so don't try to get in the way of these children. They're going to start programming you. So remember, they're the ones that are going to wipe your butt. Remember, you wipe their butt, and then you take care of them, and they wipe your butt. If you don't take care of them, they won't wipe your butt. They'll put you in a nursing home, or you'll be in diapers. Maybe you started nursery or nursing home, from diapers to diapers. Look at that. It just depends. I know. Go to the yeah. It is what it is, man. You got to take care of our children, man. They're the future of the whole society. You don't take care of them, what does the future have to hold? Think about it. I don't know. You grew up in a college degree, guaranteed you a big old fat paying check and a good job and a wife with big old, you can afford to buy her some of them store-bought titties I was telling you about earlier. Whatever. You treat your women's titties like, or you will, son. Yeah. The ones are too small, you went and got bigger ones. Now they're on 22s. Double D's or 22s, whatever, 23s. I don't know what they are. They're UGE. So, and they don't look real. They don't look dong. All right, never mind. Had to go there. So, hey, only here on the ministry do we do some silly stuff. Okay, hold on. We're gonna use some meds for the back here. I gotta take that back brace and burn that thing, dude. It's for killing me. It's the worst thing I've done. I haven't felt this bad in a while. That's why I don't sit up straight like that. It hurts my back to just put all that, straight up. I mean, she warned me that it could, it could inflame it, but that's what it needs to heal properly. I need to get it to heal straight up, not curved over. So. This don't work, they're going to go straight to surgery. Watch. Don't believe me, just watch. M in the bus stop and Fruity Pebbles cross gas face. Fruity Pebbles, nice. The Rudy Tooty, fresh and fruity. This was the permafrost. Some permafrost. So, it's sativa. So I was hoping it would straight up sativa. So. Oh, man. I don't know. I'm thinking this back thing is a mistake. Yeah, I just stay away from all that alien stuff, all that stuff that you, I don't like any of that cross with any of that alien. It's all garbage. It's all autoflower. So, genetically modified. So, I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole, but that's, you got to put in your, what do you order? Put whatever you want in body that works for you. So, don't do none of that. All that's not real. That's some other kind of whatever. It's not, you're not going to grow anything that looks like that, guarantee you. No, you're not. So, not like they offer with at dispensaries. I know that stuff. Whatever, you could grow it if you can get a clone of it or whatever, but that ain't no, I don't think that's what it is. I don't think that's what's at the dispensaries. That's a different kind of, like I said, they have it, but that's not cannabis. So it's been modified genetically with chemicals. So I personally stay away from it. So don't even care if it worked for my back. I wouldn't do it. So some things like Bitcoin, I just wouldn't do it. And then if I don't do something, I did it and I don't do it anymore, then I turn it off like a light switch. So, but you can do whatever you want. Because remember, it's not what goes in us that defiles us. It's what comes out of the people. All right. We'll see. A couple chooches off of that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there we go. Lean back. Lean back. Oh. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to wear that back brace anymore. It's just too much. It just puts my body too far forward. I just can't. It just forces all that, upright. I mean, that's the way it would heal properly, but it's like she said, your back should already healed by now. There's something not right, When did I do that too? How long ago was that, Sabrina? Because my thing is way off too. She's trying to tell me too. I think she figured something out. She must have seen something else there that the other doctor didn't see. Seriously, that whatever. Well, they're not a neurological or orthopedic surgeon, so of course they're going to be a specialist in that area. They're going to see things that somebody that's that other lady was just whatever. I don't know what she was. That wasn't her specialty, So um, she's more of a family, regular physician type, and so. Um, I got it because I think I'm off on my timeline and when I did that. I think it's been longer than I thought. I, I told him 6 months. She doesn't. She doesn't. She said not that she didn't believe me, but she was something. She noticed something was off, and it's like you should already been healed by now. And even at 6 months, that's what she's like. I think that's what she said. Even at 6 months, she should have been healed. When I told her, how long do you think it's, she asked me, when did you think you did this? I said, oh, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago or something, because I didn't, that's why I gave the most upfront answer I can give. Whatever, I don't know if there's a right or wrong answer, right? There isn't. You asked me, what do you think? So, but I knew I was off. So, because I knew it was still broken. You know what I'm saying? I know it's still messed up. So, and she told me that that the fracture, compound fracture, the way it should have healed, you know, on its own, it should have showed some kind of healing, and it's not. And now it's been a year, so if I told her a year, I'm sure she would have probably said something different. You know what I'm saying? So I think she's something else is, um, that it's an older injury and it's still not healed. So these people are pretty, like I said, it's I don't mean to go there. It's St. Charles, so there's all kinds of what. Slocum was really good too. They're one of the specialists in the state. So like I said, she took a lot of looking through my records and looked at the so I think she noticed some other things. But I talked to her about kind of in her to see if she knew about that, about my old injury, about when I busted my back, and then I never did anything about it, and then first time I got in a car accident, they asked me, when did you break your back? And I said, I've never broke my back. And the guy was like, not that, why, you're lying to me. I'm not lying. He's like, well, these are your x-rays. What is this? And it started a downward spiral. I kind of told her that the other day, about, and how he said he looked and said, I can tell that there's this much calcification, and I know that this happened between a certain period. You're this old, and this looks about, your injuries are about that old. From, you know, over time, the body will naturally, um, you know, fuse itself back together, a break, or if you lose a disc like mine, or um, yeah, I don't know. I think what she's seen in my old injuries and how they've healed, and she's just not going to believe me no matter what I tell her, because I'm just not like that. Like, I'm blind to her. Just there's just old injuries that that have healed up on their own, and now I have another injury that's not healed up, that should have already been healed up, and so she's figured out that something is right. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It takes time. That's exactly, if you look at it, there's a certain amount of calcification that's going to take place over time, you know? And I think that's what she looked at my old and look at the new and going, hey, this doesn't add up. He's been able to mend himself together, fuse breaks, fractures, and then vertebrae together with missing disc. Why is this thing not healing up? And it's older than I said. So I think that's what she figured out somehow. And wasn't trying to lie to her. I couldn't even remember. It's in a lot of pain, man. I have to drive back there a couple times, in a row. And so that's why I'm in freaking pain today. I had to go there again there today. Um, so, yeah. Yeah, that's what I've got going on. Connection. And I think that's what she's figured out. That my body's been able to, when I was younger, to mend itself and calcify itself over time. But now I'm sitting here with an open, fracture, a compound fracture, a compression from compression. It's, I told you, it's like, she's like, okay, well, tell me how it happened this time. Like, she kind of said it. That's the only time that she was like snotty, and she wasn't. It wasn't snotty. I think she was trying to like lightheartedly say it without being, you know, like put me on the spot, because it's the only thing she said like that, with a kind of a sarcastic tone and lighthearted, like it didn't mean anything, but was being serious enough, you know what I'm saying? So that I would open up, you know what I mean? And not feel so, uh, because of the way the way it's fractured, you know what I'm saying? It's compression from crushing, I crushed myself with that damn, you know, I took all the blunt of it, and that back getting pinned up against that wall and that beam, I told you guys, I heard the loudest crack I've ever heard in my entire life inside my body. It was like, I knew it, man. I knew it. I was like, son of a bitch. I just broke my back again. I knew that. And I was like, my hip. That's where I was new. I was like, all the hip, all. And so I told her too. I was like, thank you for not twisting me. And that's why she's going to take the lower MRI too. Because, you know what I'm saying? She wants to see what's going on with my hip, because there's something going on there too. I'm just ignoring it and acting like it didn't happen. So, yeah, I've had that connection now for probably over 20 years, what you're talking about, where I lost my first, that was quite some time ago. I went straight, and then that when I got in the second car accident, it caused that second one to be compressed and bulged, and that one leaked out because it ripped open, it literally, because of that another compression event. So I've had a lot of, well, not the first one, wasn't it? That was a straight up, break, from uh, blunt force. Well, another compression, I guess just from a different direction. Oh man, yeah, it sucks. The numbness. You get used to it, man. Hands tingling, nuts tingling. Feel like your nuts are in a vice. You know. Um, all the sciatica, man. It's not like anything that most people have ever experienced in their life. I mean, that stuff will um, it'll drain you over time. It takes a mentality to be able to push through it and not take a bunch of drugs and get yourself all, you know, vegetableized, because that ain't gonna fix you. You know, it's better to face it straight up. You know what I'm saying? It's part of the sciatica, part of that in that area. Just keep, like I said, stay busy, man. Do not get idle. Idle hands are the work of the devil. You need not get idle. Stay in motion. Don't rest. But remember, we talked about this before. But don't get sedentary. Keep your body fluid. Keep the fluids moving. You ask anybody that actually is probably pretty old, 80s, 90s plus, they'll tell you the same thing. They stayed. They didn't get sedentary. They stayed moving, and you have to keep your body. Your joints get too arthritic, and you got to keep moving. And I'm not talking about high impact. I'm talking about moderation. You know, that's why I like the schedule that I'm on. I get up and down throughout the day, and I mean through the night, and you know, just because I can't sit there and lay there all night, for 8 hours on my back or side, or I can't do that. Few hours, then I get up, lay back down for another hour or two, and let me get up. So I don't like, uh, as much as I would, it would kill me. I couldn't. That's what they want you to do. They want you to get, uh, they want you to just be a pancake, flatten you. They want you to put you to bed, make you go to sleep. That's what they do. They're good at it. And if you let them, they will. Especially when you have the kind of injuries and you have um, with the fibromyalgia and stuff, they'll load you up, man. They'll give you all kinds of big farm guys to all kinds of tablets, tabbies. So you can be on the tabby sick, you get all that pop, 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 nice. Um, oh my goodness, I'm gonna probably have to get off here, guys. I'm absolutely just freaking not doing good, man. That wasn't the best thing to do to go to town today, but I thought my phone was whacked, but it found out it was just the system was busted, and figured out till I got far enough out of this area and I was already too far out of town to turn back. I said whatever, but I got a window, which was good. I couldn't even lift that window up by myself today. I could have, but dude, I would have been hurt for certain. A little bit's because of the way that lady's, whatever, they twist you around a little bit. She didn't do the freaking corkscrew with me though, like several of those doctors in the past have done. Like, I don't do chiropractics. Don't be trying to pop my back or do nothing of the sort, man. You got way too much stuff going on there to be doing the twisty and that kind of nonsense. So whatever. These people, I don't know how people do that to their back. That's disgusting. And that's fine if that works for you, but you just look into what it takes. What happens when you keep putting air between your joints? What happens? So, like I said, if it happens every once in a while, and you need to, that's different. But moderation, right? Thank you, Father, for, like I said, though, still being able to be upright, be able to move. Um, some people can't. They just don't have uh, the knowledge to stay going. They just feed into it, and then the next thing you know, they're pretty much sedentary. It's always you're going to probably always be in pain. That's just some things. That's what I was telling them. Even if they had surgery, I don't even know if that would to not be in pain would be so strange. I don't even know if I want to experience what that might be like. Seriously, I said it before. I said it to her. She's like, I'm like, well, from being a young age, it's just something that I live with. So it's not that, you know, I've had 10, 11 pain, I know there ain't no 11 scale, but I've had 10, 11 pain before. That's when I'm hunched over, and yeah, I don't even want to talk about it. That's what I'm saying. And normally, if I can keep it above my hips, I'm good. And you know how I do that? Exercise, stretching. You know what I'm saying? Not like full blown exercise, but stretching, keeping myself stretched out so I don't get the. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to make it without keeping my body fluid. That's what I'm saying. Keeping the stretching, keeping the motion going. Otherwise, no way. You know what I'm saying? I don't think there is any cure for fibromyalgia. Have they come up with any cure for fibromyalgia? I haven't seen anything. Never, they didn't even recognize it for all these years. There was even a thing. So I've never heard of a cure for no, surgery. Did you say surgery for fibromyalgia? Never heard of that. Okay, well, no, I know that's from anybody from decades now, because it has been some time, but for a long time, it has been almost that long. Think about it. But, in the 70s, 80s, 90s, up to 2000, it was people were they've got, they're hypochondriac, normally associated with the females, and something's wrong. They always think that everything's wrong with them, and people were trying to explain that their whole body and every bit of their body was aching to the marrow. I mean, every joint, every crack, and every crevice, not like you've ever experienced before. And people told people like that they were nuts for a long time, but never heard of a cure for fibromyalgia. So it's a systemic thing, whether you like it or not. It's systemic. It's like ick in fish, or like mold in cannabis. It's systemic. It's already in the plant. It's just a matter of putting it in the right conditions, and it comes out. Feeding it the right things. Sometimes it's alkalinity. Sometimes it's acidity. That has a lot to do with it. Your diet. Oh yes, it does. You are what you eat. So. um, Okay, but muscle relaxers, that's not going to cure anything. It's like that. She tried to give me muscles relaxers yesterday. I'm like, don't want them. No, thank you. I don't want none of that. So, I don't know. It gives me a funky taste in my mouth. None of that. I don't want none of it. Nope. 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 Oh, I don't want none of that big pharma man made. None of that. Nope. Keep it away from me. So, but I think that, now don't quote me on this, but I do think that somebody has fibromyalgia if put in the proper diet, that they may be able to overcome the fibromyalgia. Would it be cured? No, it's a systemic thing. I think it's been around forever. They just never knew how to explain it. People, the symptoms, and you know, it was written off as a bunch of other things throughout time, but it's something that has been with us since, you know, our core. But when people didn't eat like they eat now, right? Um, so I think it could come and go. So, but then again, somebody can complete on, seriously, somebody from, I'm not giving any Dr. Phil advice here or whatever, but I think it'd be totally possible for somebody to change their diet and not work at all either. Have zero effect. And they continue to suffer from the fibromyalgia. But I do think in most cases you'd find that if people went to an organic diet, made sure they were intaking enough fluids, and made sure they have a high protein diet and very balanced organic diet, they could overcome fibromyalgia. It takes time. It wouldn't happen overnight. I don't think they would be cured in an instant. in any way, shape, or form. I think they'd have to continue and stay regimented, and it would take time, but they could overcome it with a regimented diet. So, and you'd have to look at them. You'd have to follow do blood work on them, and figure out what's going on with them according to their diet to try to target the areas that that needed. Like I told you, high protein. Need a high protein diet. You're made up of protein. At the core of your DNA is protein. So 2 strands of protein twisting. So high protein. That's how you overcome myalgia. But into the marrow, remember, like the bone marrow. So I'm not a doctor, man, but I've studied nutrition and I've studied this for a long time. And my aunt had it. Everybody told her she was crazy for a long time. And I knew I could see the pain in her eyes. Seriously, I knew how much pain she was in. And nobody believed her. But she'd worked at answering service, for all dispatch for the police department, fire department, worked a switchboard and laid on the stinking floor and never ate properly. And, we ate good. She ate good. She knew how to cook. But, because of her job, all those years, it just wore on her, and I could see it. And she was so good at covering up, man. But I could see the pain in her eyes, and I knew she had that. And I think, what was that? Almost like 20 years ago, guys, like a long time ago. And I remember hearing, and I remember she finally had found a doctor that figured out about the myalgia, and that, how it was more like what I'm telling you, it was a systemic type of thing, that these people were not paying in one area. They were complaining that every joint, and every part of their body was aching. It wasn't isolated to one area. And that was hard for people to figure out. What do you mean every part of your body hurts? You're making shit up. What's wrong with you? You're crazy. That's not possible, Listen to this nutcase here, right? Oh, every part of your body hurts, right? Yeah, okay. But what they were feeling is, if you think about what I'm trying to tell you, or what I'm saying to you, being systemic, you're going to feel that from the inside out. That's why you might understand sciatica is kind of an inside out pain, because it's nerve. It's not something like a break or a contusion, where you ripped your body open and you got, this is something that's inside. It's systemic. It's a signal, and that's a lot what myalgia is. It's a signal pain as well. Massive signal pain, whether people realize it. It's something that's telling the whole body, sending the whole body in a trauma signal. It's crazy. But think about it. You have a circulatory system. And if you look at your circulatory system, it touches nearly every part of your body. Right? Your circulatory system has a lot to do with it, too. So it's a complicated type of disease for people to get. It doesn't start. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't just appear overnight. It starts a little bit slow, and then bam, then it comes on throughout the whole system, turns on. Every freaking touches every nerve ending. Yeah, there you go. You know what I'm saying? There you go. See, nobody wants to talk about this, but I've figured it out with the myalgia, where it comes from. It comes from that same, you're feeling that in through your circulatory system. That is a circulatory pain receptor. Your body is sending that throughout the whole circulatory system, and every joint, and every marrow, and every, so it's a complicated, it's complicated when you're trying to explain to somebody what you feel, because it's hard to put in words. But if you can understand how the circulatory system works, that's what the person is telling you. They feel pain in every nerve ending, every joint, it's all has, but unless you experienced it, you probably would never be able to relate to it, and I don't know how it is that I can relate to it, other than to see the pain in my aunt's eyes and then study it for a long time, because they told people they were crazy. It's intriguing, like some Munchausen syndrome or Munchausen syndrome, some whatever. People got Stockholm syndrome is what they got, siding with their captors and saying that, these people want to, like what they're trying to do to me. No, they're not. They're not making me take any of their pills, but I don't want to go in the radiation machine. So yeah, they did. They call people like that a hypochondriac for a long time. This person's saying that everything's wrong with them, and they go to a doctor for this and the doctor test, and because they can never isolate it. They didn't have a name for it. You know what I mean, brothers, sisters? And then all these specialists were going, okay, well, this area, it's fine. And this area is fine. And this area is fine. Well, but that's not what because you're not looking at throughout the system of what they couldn't figure it out. And they didn't, that's the way medicine works now. Most people are very unaware that most people are specialists in the field, period. You get farmed out. They call it pharma, right? Because you get farmed out to this, it's not, they don't have a massive knowledge of the whole, although they may go to school and, do train and maybe the circulatory system or, the anatomies, all the different, but it's a small amount. Then they specialize in that field, whatever it is, and that's the way doctors work now. They're not that well-rounded. And that, so I think something like, that's why it was hard for them to discover something like myalgia, because it was such a complex, they couldn't isolate it. They wanted to isolate it to one thing. It's not an isolated thing. It's throughout the whole flipping body from head to toe, So, and I don't have that. I've had very similar pain to myalgia because of the sciatica and really throughout the body, but I can only relate to what it might feel like. I've never had, I thought I might, remember, but I know that I don't. I mean, I did when I looked at that, because I was looking at that chart. Seriously, I was looking at the chart when I had to circle the chart. Well, I realized it too. When I circled the chart, yes, I've had headaches, which I never had my whole life, ever. My head, I've never had, but I think it's from getting grenaded to the face. I don't think it has anything to do with my back. Okay? 100%. But now I've got headaches, okay? And I never did. It is what it is. So, but hands, hips, back, you know what I'm saying? My feet, circulatory, but not, I mean, I don't have chest pain. I might have had some chest pain because something's not feeling right, but I don't have a constant. There's parts of my body that don't have that in it. So that's not myalgia. Myalgia is every stinking bit of your body is in pain. There's nowhere it's not, or that's not the myalgia. That's something different. I don't know what they call that, but I've discovered that with it. I told you that's it, or it's not. It's either it's all or nothing. See, now you go the opposite way, right? Well, remember, they want to specialize it. So some people say, you should have been a doctor, man. I've had people tell me that. Well, as first responders, they got to do a lot of training in medicine, and so been around it quite a bit, and so and studied it. Not like I said. I think it, something we should all have a little bit of a skill set and how the body works. I don't know every single, but our bodies are pretty damn complex. But when you actually study them, it makes a perfect sense, almost like a motor. The way a motor's put together, it's perfectly designed. Although the way he designed us is flawless. It is. We ruin ourselves. We shouldn't. That way, we probably would live for a lot longer again if we just ate better. Period. All we'd have to do is just eat better. Maybe we could probably still stress out and and bang ourselves up and do all kinds of, what I'm saying? But our diet sucks now. So we don't eat properly at all. None of us do. Not one of us in this room. There's 7 of us in here, and not one of us eat the way we could and should. So if you started there, you would feel completely different. You ever heard the term, you are what you eat? Yeah, that's everything. Our parents told us that. My grandparents told my dad that. That was something you passed on. So you don't care anymore. It's like YOLO, shove her down, $5 candy bar. gone in 3 bites. Well, whatever, $4.79 or something. I don't know what they are. It's ridiculous. $5 or $4 for a candy bar. What the hell? All right, moving on. So, start there. I told you, nutrition. Nobody wants to listen to me, and I'm not perfect in any way, shape, or form. That's why I tried to get there. That's why I'm trying to get this farm together. So, as a matter of fact, I better get off here, guys. I put an ad on again. I'm not getting any hits this time, but whatever. I don't know what it is. I kind of reworded. I didn't get wordy like I did last time. So I didn't want to get into it, but I threw an ad up, but I haven't heard my phone beep at all. So last time I got a ton of interest, but not the right person though. So I'm not going to bring anybody out here that's not in a narrow way. Not at all. Not possible. So thanks for coming in, Anthony. So, it's not worth it. It's not. I wouldn't take it. Like I said, I remember. I don't want anybody's fake. I don't want somebody who's not. You know, just can't do it. It's not possible for me. If it was, I'd already sold my soul, right? Not possible to sell your soul, but I mean, no, not going to do that. You know, it's the ministry. So, can't involve somebody with the ministry if they're not in the narrow way. Period. So, oh man, El Salvador. I bet you freaking get to hang out with all them Salvadorians, huh? That's where Elijah's ex was from, and she loved, um, just absolutely. She shared a lot of information. I remember she used to share a lot of, oh my gosh, a lot of pictures. She used to take trips there every once in a while, and Elijah and her were together for like 6 years or something. So got to hear lots of stories about her growing up, and I think she was about 13 when she came here from El Salvador, somewhere around there. I think came to the States. So, but she goes back to visit, and she sends pictures. It's beautiful there, beautiful country, and beautiful culture, beautiful food. Their food is just absolutely the Salvadorians' food, or they take a lot of time to make sure their food has a lot of color. And the color is important to them, and flavor, not just flavor, but a lot of color. Their food is very colorful. Salvadorians have some of the most colorful food on this rock. Outstanding. Glad you guys go there, Anthony. Thanks for sharing that testimony. One day I would like to take a trip. Remember, I was going to go to Ecuador. I was planning on going down there too. That's what you get for making plans. Well, they'll wreck them, or at least in my case. So, future tense, I'll prepare to go down south again one day in the future. So, not anytime soon. I got to do this, finish this ministry, and get through whatever the hell's going on with me, and I'll get there. But all of South America is beautiful. If it's I don't know how you traveled. If you flew there, probably that's different. But I don't, to get to travel down there to get through all those countries. There's all those countries. I mean, Colombia. Look at Colombia, beautiful. El Salvador, Brazil, Ecuador is just I mean, it's on the equator. I mean, could you get any more temperate climate than the equator? There's just all of South America, even down Peru or Elsa. We haven't seen Sister Elsa in a minute, but gorgeous down there. Yeah, careful. Do it. You can make a good, like I said, it's affordable there. You'll see. Remember, very good food for $3. You can get a plate of food. Show them some testimony. If you ate off a food truck, not a sit down, in El Salvador, you can get Salvadorian. What do they make? A papusa. You could get probably like 2 or 3 papusas for. They make, what else do they make there? They're kind of some of their specialty, but for like $3, and a drink with some salsa, and some carrots and some jalapenos or something, for $3. you know, food and real food. You know, anytime you buy cheap food in America, it's not very good for you, right? In a lot of other countries, you can get handmade food, cheap, handmade, real food, not fast food. Good food is not fast. Fast food is not good. This stuff is made by hand. So Salvadorians, a lot of their street food is like that. It is. They have fast food places down there too, but there is a lot of availability for food that's affordable, um, especially if you get out of some of the touristy areas and get into some of the other. You know, there's an abundance of affordability for somebody who can take the U.S. money, like I told you, like trying to get this Social Security and take it down there. I could live like a king in El Salvador on Social Security money. I don't know if it's quite as affordable as Ecuador, but pretty close. I bet you the average cost in El Salvador is about $700 a month for everything. Full health care. You taking vacations every year, you eating 3 meals a day, you got an AC in your apartment, 1 or 2 bedroom apartment in some decent little city somewhere in El Salvador. I don't know which one. There's several of them. Smaller little cities, close to amenities. Cost you a quarter, 50 cents, dollar at the most to take a Uber across the city. You know, not anything like that in the States. So 5 people ate 3 pupusas each, which is including. That's what I'm saying. $3. See, boom, 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 boom. With drinks, $10, guys. See, 3 people drinks $10. My math, guys, it's right there. I've studied this. A lot of these South American countries are like that. You can take your American money and keep your place here in America, but take your American money and go enjoy yourself in another country and have both, the best of both worlds, so to speak. You know, so I ain't trying to talk you out of this country that I hate so much. I'm not supposed to like it. We got a pedo class rule in it. You know, have you seen all these Lego memes? They're just calling out that we don't have a ruling class, a government. We have a pedo class. You know, whatever. You keep doing you, and I'll do me. So, but with juice, right on the money. Thank you, Anthony, for testifying. See, why would somebody want to live in the States? People pay $1,200 for their freaking power bill in some places. You know, for a 3-bedroom house. Seriously, for a power bill. There are people who have $1,200 power bills, brothers and sisters, whether you realize it or not. A family of 3 or 4 people, home with little cadet heaters running and doing laundry and whatever. All your electronics, you guys are all addicted to these electronics. So, you know what I said? These, because I'm on one right now too. So guilty. Oh man, I gotta get my ice. Oh, did I knock you down? Apologize. Oh my guys, I gotta get some more ice. Here, I made some ice. Some ice, baby. Ding, 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 ding. Look at this beauty here. Isn't she beauty? Beautiful. I just want you to know you're my favorite girl. They like when you sing to them. They're ladies. They like to be serenaded. I don't have a very good voice, but it's a good thing they don't know. They're just plants. But they still like to be sung too. Sing or song. Yeah. Got the ISIS. Not the ISIS. Alright, I can get some more water. No, they're inside. They're inside for now. They go back outside. They're just inside for the night. because it's gotten down into the 21 tonight. It's supposed to be getting, it snowed here today. It snowed here today. There's snow on the ground now, but it you know, it flurried. So now we're acclimating these ladies to go them outdoors. And you say that shit indoor, man, it smell more like outdoor. Oh. Oh man. Oh man. I love that Berkey water. Something about a Berkey. We got a second Berkey. Oh man. I went back and got the right elbows for the power. Got that Zoom meeting coming up, guys. Outstanding. Zoom meeting coming up for the Planning Commission. I read through, they sent me another thing today. They've got all of it, the big old 13 pages for me to, man, there's a lot to read through. You should know, you know, building a house and putting in power and doing it all yourself, there's going to be a lot of paperwork involved. And I ain't even got to, you know, I still have all the permitting. Once I get approved, filling out all that paperwork, all the electric and the power, do up, you know, all the basic and the site plan and all that already. So exciting, guys, exciting. So appreciate the ties to the ministry. Be putting those towards that freeze dryer, but we're probably actually going to take a look at getting a feed pellet machine first. Very first thing we need to do it, I need to produce as much of this feed that I have here for the winter, so I have winter feed, so that I don't need to pay for feed during the winter. I can produce it right now if I get my ass in gear. I can. I'll mix every bit I have right now with alfalfa. I'll go buy one of those big bales because I want to take some of those and make pellets and sell them as the most high nutrient dense super rabbit pellets, super feed pellets, super guinea pig pellets, anything that eats grass, it's a super pellet. So, and sell it as so, you know, and bag it up, bag it in, let me begin. So I think it will be well worth the time. I talked to the neighbor and he said, dude, we did that. That's crazy. We did it for a little bit, but then we didn't, you know, we didn't think about doing it for like what you're saying, you know, we just did a run and called them super and everybody loved them, whatever. And then we just never did it again. Why didn't you do it again? I don't know. We went on to something else. So, and guess what? People still have rabbits and people still have chickens and people still have guinea pigs and still people have chinchillas. And yeah, I'll be selling them to pet stores and online and eBay. And yeah, off of one, I'm going to buy not some cheap $200 pellet machine. You can get them to be $5,000, $7,000, $10,000, $20,000 if you want to go commercial, but they make a really nice, you know, middle grade machine for about $1,000. You know, that you get more than that. That's kind of where I looked at the price range for what I've seen for the ones that I can produce enough that I'm not trying to run and sell, you know, I'm trying to do them with small bags of little pellets, you know what I'm saying? So alfalfa, you can eat them, brothers, sisters. Alfalfa is good for you. Look up alfalfa. So I'm going to figure out to get into the freaking food grade with them too. I'll figure out a way to make them food grade. I will. Not just for animals. Alfalfa's this is the number one alfalfa on this rock. Thank you for the tie to the ministry. Like I said, we'll put all the ties towards YouTube takes 30% with their AdSense, but that's okay. I do have Cash App and PayPal if you don't want to. They take a small fee too, but appreciate we're going to get that out here because I think I can take everything that I'm growing in the garden right now and mix it with alfalfa is my overall plan. Yep. And maybe some of their eggshells throughout the. I plan on pulling off about a quarter of their eggshells for feed, for chicken feed. I'm gonna make a chicken feed with an egg, with the crushed eggshell in it already. I might get access, go to the coast and go get a whole dump truck load of oyster shells or something over there, you know, and then grind them and add them later or something that way if it went down the road. But I do think it'd be something it will be worth doing, and it will be worth producing this feed no matter what, because I'm going to need feed, always need feed. I have chickens out here. I have rabbits normally, so goats, they'll eat the same feed. Sheep eat the same feed. Super sheep pellets. Holy sheep shit, Batman. No, apologize for the. I slipped. I slipped. All right, back in the Hall of Justice. My bad. Oh. All right, let me take a chew chops some minutes here. Oh, goodness gracious. So, actually, I want to try to find somebody to grow some hemp out here for me. And that hemp can be added too. See, I plan to make some mix in, because you can mix them. You know what I'm saying? You can make a grind. It grinds it all together. So whatever you want to put in it, you can make your own grind. But I'm going to make straight alfalfa. I'm not going to make it complicated at first. I'm going to just straight do alfalfa. You know what I mean? But for the chickens, I'm going to mix the alfalfa with the garden. You need a little bit of moisture. So all this lettuce that I'm growing, I mean, everything. I'm growing squash, broccoli, cauliflower, asparagus, tomatoes, carrots, zucchini. I think the only thing I'm not growing is cucumbers. Tons of peas, you know what I'm saying? And I'm going to throw all of it, all of it. Once it, you know what I'm saying? I'll be picking, throughout and taking anything that's, extra and pulling off the plants and putting that right back into a pellet form too, mixing it with the alfalfa for my feed, for the feed here at the farm. You know what I'm saying? That's why I want to go ahead and get the alfalfa. But after that, I'm going to take, that's like a 2.5 ton bale. They're massive bales out here. But get that bale and then, use that bale and mix that bale to make it my base mix with my moisture off of my fresh, you know what I'm saying? Because that's all dry and it should come out just perfect. It wouldn't matter what I throw at it. Sometimes tomatoes, sometimes peas, sometimes lettuce, sometimes, you know what I'm saying? I'm just going to keep throwing that, mixing with that alfalfa. So I think it's going to work. So I've looked into this, and you have to either add moisture back, to a wet or to a dry grind, like corn, like silo, that type of corn and grains and oats and barley and, rye and all that, some kind of silo. I don't know if it was silo like a feed, but it's kind of a mix. But make that out of the garden. So throughout the year, as it's, you know what I'm saying, growing, and then feed it back to them that way. And then the extras, try to peel back and make as much extras as I can throughout the year. So I think it's going to be the way to go. I think it'll work. I don't know what your thoughts are, but I think I've looked into these machines, and I think I can make this work. I think it's a good idea. And the chickens, they love pellets. They'll eat pellets like I'm going to scratch at anything, but pellets are actually a really good way not to waste feed. I mean, these chickens don't waste nothing. They don't. I sit there and watch them. I throw feed down on the ground. There ain't none of it left. Nothing. Not a speck. They scratch through every bit of it, but they're free range. So they're used to, you get your chickens feeding out of a thing and you feed them and you just put feed, and you can feed them like they're a cow. They could just sit there and graze on as much as they want. They won't do that. they'll stop scratching like that, and they'll just be cows. Well, no, no, they won't. They'll just eat out of their little feed container, and they really just kind of dependent on that. So, but if you throw their food out and they got to scratch through it to get to it, and every last bite, and then you separate their feed, you don't let them hog, or sit there and feed like a cow and just all day long feeding, grazing all day long on that bucket or whatever. They'll go out and scratch around and get bugs and get, so I think, oh my God, I get so many chicken eggs. I do. I got about another 80 eggs, guys. Holy crap. I just water glassed 80 eggs. How am I getting so many eggs? I had 10 eggs a day, 8 days, once a week. You got more, but can only eat so many eggs. I'm kind of mad at Father for not having anybody here to eat the eggs with me. I wish I could just be throwing these eggs on people right now. I'm saying the people, I wish I had like 2 or 3 people here that we could just eat these eggs every day. Like me, You know how nice it is to be able to have 3, 4 eggs a day, 5 eggs a day, even when you don't want to eat them, because you go up too many, or I feed them back to Bo, and I've been giving them back to the chickens now. Some, a little bit here and there. So it's not going to hurt them. They don't eat their eggs. They're not like that. I don't have any egg eaters out there. So, but I've been just taking them down, throw them back down on the ground, and let them have a couple of them, whatever. They just tear them up. They love them. So scramble them up, make them that way, whatever. And then I feed them back all their shells. So lots of ways. I won't waste them. If anything, they will go back to the chickens. They can eat every bit of the eggs too. You know what I mean? So there won't be anything wasted. I just would rather have them for you guys, But I'm going to pass first on the freeze dryer and apologize. I love you, brothers and sisters, but I have to take care of the livestock out here. I got to take care of them. I got to take care of the animals. So I will take care of you guys too. I'll get that freeze dryer, but got to take care of the livestock. Got to have extra feed no matter what. That's just important. I want to put feed up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, nice. I don't have anybody to sell them to. It's not worth it. I'm too far away from town. You know what I mean? To drive to sell mine. And there's a grip load of people out here where I live in the country selling them online. So nobody's doing a little stand. A little stand at the end of the driveway. If you had one of those little things, there's all kinds of people live on the highway. If I lived on the highway, I had me a little egg stand, a little trusty egg stand. It sucks every once in a while. Somebody rips you off, but generally in a little town like this, you'll get your egg money, Nobody does it. There should be a little egg somewhere. A couple of them, people don't, but they'll meet people in town. You know what I'm saying? They advertise on the local community page, and some people put in ads up at the local stores and, hardware store. And there's always eggs available out here. Year round, there's eggs in this valley. Even during the winter months, people constantly have them under, light or lamp or whatever. And, but so I don't want to try to compete with people in town. I give all my eggs away. I do. I give them away. I just like having them to eat because they just taste so much different. And especially if they're like, I only feed them really organic feed. I'm kind of finicky about the feed that I give my animals. So I only get organic feed, and I make my feed. So I actually buy my feed too. I buy some feed from the store, and then I buy grains and oats and different kinds of barley and make my own. I was doing peas for a little while, but I haven't done those. I don't like soaking them. I don't like giving it to them whole. So I might get peas. I do lentils, and I make a nice medley. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go straight back to garden. Once I get that, because that organic feed's pretty expensive. It's been giving away all the eggs, but it's okay. The eggs just taste different when you feed them organic feed too. I can see it in the color of the egg. The color of the yolk is just not the same. It's that nice, rich orange, thick. You can tell. And these free range, they're out there, especially now. Their eggs are just going to get better and better and better all summer long because they're going to be eating more and more bugs, more and more little worms, more and more little, scratching and eating under, during the winter, they're not getting all that. That goes down. When that summer gets, oh boy, their eggs just get better and better. You don't get that out of no store-bought eggs. They're always just yuck. Well, whatever. They're just So that's what I'm saying. That's the neat thing. If you free range your birds and not feed them like, out of a bucket and give them that same feed where that's all they're used to eating, and they won't go out and scratch every last little. I mean, these girls are out 5 and 10 acres away from their frickin' chicken coops now. They're really starting to get it because I come home and they're chicken 10 yards back, 10 acres back on the property, whatever bird, if they get by a hawk, it is what it is, or circle of life, but they're getting it already, man. So I guarantee you they'll be plowing through all these bushes and scratching through all that, and that makes their eggs taste just excellent, period. The more bugs and natural that they can eat their diet away from, there are many birds that you can get that you don't need to feed if you look at. Not many, but there are several breeds that you don't actually have to feed. They will go out and free range year round. A lot of them actually live in the trees. They don't stay on the ground. They don't need a nest. They don't need what they fend for themselves. There are that kind of birds. And if you can get their eggs, some of their eggs are some of the most, they're excellent. They're a free range bird, and they completely, and a lot of the times those birds have a hard time being gotten by, the raccoons and all these things that get into and take down chicken coops. These birds are up in the trees. They don't get got. So if you're in that setting and you live in that kind of setting, you might look at that kind of bird too. That's an excellent bird to have. I forget what some of the breed names are, but there's some pretty awesome, and they lay some. I've heard their eggs are excellent, because they're all they're eating is just what's out there in the wild. That's the way an egg should probably taste. Not like the ones we're used to eating. They just feed them like I said, they're like cows, just all day long feeding out of a damn trough. So, all right, guys, let's get this thing wrapped up. Appreciate your time. I better get off here. I'm trying to sit here and mask the pain. I'm rocking myself here, and it's just not working. So thank you for the ties. Appreciate it. Come back when you got some more time. I'll try to come up here again. Wanted to give you guys the update of what's going on. Didn't have much of a conversation about the heading, panic before the panic. So you got to panic before the panic. If you're going to have anything for SHTF, you already have to say SHTO, right? And then go make, preparedness and get prepared, and then you won't. Yeah. You got to panic before the panic ever happens. So nothing wrong with panicking, but you got to do it before the panic. See how that works? That's how it works. So better to be 5 years too early than 5 seconds too late, correct? All right. Thank you, brothers, sisters. Appreciate your kind comments and your good ones here with good ties that actually producing some fruit in here, talking about things that matter. Thanks for letting me run off about what was going on. I'm not looking to get radiated at all. So just kind of had to unload on you guys about that. That's not going to be fun. So I'll just take it one day at a time. That's what I'm doing. That's all I can do. And, one day at a time. Take up your cross daily, deny yourself daily, follow after me daily. That's what he said. So that's what we're doing here. Thanks again for your time. Time's more important to me than anything on this rock, than anything material, because you can buy the material. You can't buy time, can you? Anybody know where you can buy some time? Anybody want? Anybody some time? I just took your time and I ain't giving it back to you. Thanks for your time, brothers, sisters. All right. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.